Yo, what up, dude? Yeah, no. um, I woke up at like 10:30, and then I use the Instant Pot to cook rice, and that usually takes like 30 minutes. But I didn't start it till like 10:45 when I came down and talked to you guys. I just started it. I went back upstairs, and the seal wasn't sealed, so it took longer. And then I had to finish cooking the chicken to make my tacos, you know. So it took a little longer than I expected. That's it. Yeah, yesterday was an interesting day. You saw my message in Discord, right? Like that was unexpected yesterday. We were just chilling and chatting. Like, we were just straight up having that rant, and there was just people just chilling. I don't even know why. Yeah, weird. Just out of nowhere. Like it was when you were still there too. Like when I remember when I was having that rant with the guy Anthony, and like kind of you guys at the same time. I was ranting and talking and just having a conversation. And like just people just kept flooding in, and I didn't understand why. But either way, probably just a fluke, you know. Nothing to worry about it. Stuff like that will probably happen like once a month kind of thing. Once every few months, you just get a random fluke like that. Oh man. So did you give up on Eidolon? Just not engaging enough? Yeah, it's gonna be a nice change of pace for you. Oh, second bar, yeah, that shit sucks. Yeah, I mean, I would say if you're still interested in playing it, it's worth opening it just to check like your daily claims and stuff, and then reclosing it, right? And the only reason I say that is because you can take advantage of your daily claims to move from portal to portal to get at least get to the further world. Even if it takes you 3 days on one portal, doesn't matter because you're not really playing it. But at least you're getting progress towards the next portal to get you closer to the next world. Oh, okay. So if I'm being completely honest, then you probably have way more than enough divinity. Um, what I would do, once again, I would log in just for a day, and I would switch. I would use your divinity points. So claim all your divinity on all your characters to get your divinity points. Unlock. you'll have dude at that point, right? So you have all the gods, and then attach everybody to, what is it? Not Arctis. I mean, so you can attach one of them to Arctis so they can keep pushing portals. So your main guy, attach him to Arctis so he counts as being in the lab, and then put him back on portals. The other 9 people, I think it's a rabbit. Is it rabbit? No, it was a goat. I think it might be goat. I think it's goat. The one that makes you count as being in divinity while you're in lab. Hold on. On gods. I think it's goat. Become connected. Being connected to the lab also counts as being on divinity. So you get gains in both. So this is what I would attack the other 9 to. Purely because now you're going to put them in lab, and you need to get lab to like level 70 anyway. Actually, a lot higher, but 70 is like the starting point. And if you're going to be AFK for a while, getting both divinity and lab is much better. Yeah, that's the same. So I would do that. And the only reason I would put the other guy in Arctis is because he'll count as being in the lab, so you get an extra person to like branch further to hit more unlocks inside the lab. And he doesn't get XP for it, but he at least counts as being in the lab, so he can get the lab 2 times or 3 times Prince or whatever it is. There, for when you get to this, all uploaded players print 2 times more resources, so he gets double resources. Now, in theory, instead of doing that, you could do hair, which gives him 3 times more prints instead. So if you don't need the extra person in the lab, you can do hair instead, and he'll get 3 times prints. Lab level is an average of 200 across all of your characters. And the reason that is because to unlock all of the gems, which for some reason it's not showing it, to unlock all of these gems down here, you need, I think it's 2000 lab level. I think these ones require 2000 lab level or something like that for this one. What up? So that's why it's between your 10 characters you need an average of 200. Oh no, Fip. Oh no. So like I said, I would do that. Like if you're gonna be AFK for a while, that's probably your best bet right now, just to get your lab levels out of the way. And then once they're kind of all set up for lab levels, you can take them out of lab, obviously, when you come back, and you can switch them off of GOAT and onto Omni. So that way you can get extra procs every single day. That's what I would do. Just for now. If you're, like I said, if you're going to be AFK, that's the best thing you can do if you're not going to be actively playing the game. Even if you don't want to claim it, like, I would still log in once a day, purely for the one guy that's pushing portals. Just claim him. And if you can go to the next portal, go to the next portal. And if not, just close the game. That's it. I don't think there's another chip slot past 75. Topher or Fip would be able to answer that, but I don't think there's a chip past 70. I think 70 is the last chip in the lab console. Unless it was with the brand newest update that I haven't seen yet. What's going on, Topher? What's up, Fip? Oh, I finally got my 8th plant. Bro, I got an 8th plant. It's a fucking miracle. But like, this is what I've been doing, Topher. While I'm bored, right? I have a whole thing of just the one plant, trying to give better odds to get the one plant done. And I mess with like the 4 that are not available. And then when I get my second chem, I'll claim one chem to boost this one to a higher one, get progress on these ones, and then I'll use my log to get even more progress. Obviously I cucked there, but you know what I'm saying? Like I'll use my log until it goes on cooldown, and then I keep clicking on the 3 other plants until I get a second chem, and then I rinse and repeat. It's not the fastest, but this is how I've been like trying to push it. But bro, I finally got an 8th plant. I don't know if I can get a 9th. I don't think it's possible for me to get a 9th. I really don't. Like, I think I have the 9th plant unlocked, but I don't think I can get it. The mind game? Yeah, that shit sucks, bro. I haven't even touched it in days. Bro, I was doing it the other day, and I clicked the bomb 3 times in a row. Like, right off rip. Boom, boom, boom. I was like, okay, that's fucked. So I tried the game again, and then, like, I got, like, a couple of clicks in, and then I hit 3 bombs in a row again. I'm like, bro, this is fucking stupid. Yeah, it's crazy. And what's even stupider is I only have 2 bombs on the map, and I have the 3x4 map. So there's like what, 11 usable or what, 10 usable spaces, and I somehow hit the bomb 3 times in a row on the first click. Like, fuck you, man. There's one thing that I think there's a pattern to it, right? Yeah, there's a click once method, but I also think that when you're fighting on a map, right? I think that map is set where the bombs are for you. I don't know if it's everybody or for you, but I fought this one boss, and it could have just been coincidence, but I clicked the 3 down in a straight line, right? And I was like, okay, number, bomb. I was like, okay. And then I did it again, number, and then I hit a bomb. I was like, okay. And then I clicked the first one, and it was a bomb. I was like, okay. So I failed out on that one. And then I had my second life. I went in, I did the same thing. It was number, bomb. And then when I got to the second part, it was number, bomb. And then when I got to the third part, it was bomb. So I wonder if it's the exact same layout per boss for you every single time. So if you know that there's a bomb in that bottom left corner, I could literally just go number, and then, you know, well, I did it 3 times in a row, Topher. It was the exact same bomb placement. 3 lives in a row, exact same bomb layout. Like, that's what I was getting at. It's like, it wasn't like that it happened once or twice, and it was just coincidence. But did it 3 times in a row? 65%. Hey, there's 10 open spaces, 2 bombs, but you 65% chance to hit a bomb. There's only 2 open spaces. I wouldn't put it past him, man. He tells you there's only 2 bombs, but technically there's only 2 open spaces. It's like the exact opposite of what he's telling you. Give me this 9th plant. So, what's the max amount of plant tiers that there are now? Is it 9 or is it 10? Okay. And how would I know if I have all of the unlocks? Oh, there's 2 in Zuber. Okay. Because I have this one. I'm assuming there's one somewhere on the right over here. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Okay. So technically right now I'm up to 9 plants. And then once I get that one, I'll have the 10th plant. Okay. Okay, okay. The question is, do I even shoot for the 9th plant here? Or do I just wait? Do I just go for 8th plant on all of the plants and then worry about 9th and 10th later? Should I just wait? I mean, it's mediocre at best. And my squirrel is... My squirrel's like this. It's not great, but it's fine. My palette, I'm still working on my palette. Like, I'm gonna... When I switch back to palette, I'm gonna level up the palette luck here a bunch. And then I'm gonna finish unlocking the palette. But, like, this is like, you know, obviously level 24... level 42, right? And these are just like 18 and 47. Like I leveled those 2 up the most. I also leveled up the log one for a while because I was trying to unlock these ones next to it. This one took a while. Same thing with this one, sprinkler one. I had sprinkler and log being leveled while I was trying to unlock the ones next to it. And then I was just recently leveling up honey yellow for to get this corner one. But I'm gonna do the palette one first. Because when you recommended it yesterday, I was like, oh shit, I forgot about this one. And this is really a good idea. Because if I upgrade this, it'll be easier to upgrade the rest of my palette. Yeah, I saw there was something, I don't remember where it's at or what it gives you in, like, overall. But yeah, like, for every palette level you have, or for every X amount of palette levels, you get, like, some sort of bonus. I saw that. I don't remember where I saw it. I do remember seeing what you're saying, and it is definitely a thing. I just don't remember where I saw it and what it does. I just know it's a thing. That the more palette levels you have, you get some sort of bonus. So I do agree that at some point, once I've leveled up the primary ones, leveling up the ones that I don't care so much about, like Deathbringer stuff and whatnot, those extra levels will give me bonuses somewhere. So it definitely is something I will work towards, but it's more or less I'm worried about getting it all unlocked and then leveling up the primary ones like extra speeds, you know, extra luck and extra bits and stuff like that, so I can actually finish out my gaming before I really worry about leveling up like the useless shit. Is 10 at level 40. This one? Oh, you're talking about this one. The sprout speed one, the yellow charcuterie or whatever. How is yours so much higher? Oh, is it because of total levels? Is it because of the total palette levels? So you think total palette level actually gives you more multiplier for each palette? Is that what it is? Because that's the case, that's insane. Because that would mean every time, like, with my speed being, oops, with my speed being 4.6, if I leveled up like this a bunch and a couple of these other easy ones, this speed would continue to go up. Windrose? Do Pirates? I think I saw it the other day. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I did see there was a Pirate Survival game the other day. It was like online co-op or something like that. think someone linked it to me. It looked pretty cool. But we're gonna put this on in the background. We'll deal with this later. Not that worried about it. I didn't finish my food, but I'm feeling okay. Oh, we got a world event. Let's go. I don't know if it's worth doing, but there's a world event. Thank you. That's actually a kind of a funny number sequence. However, that's pretty good. I like that. It would have been funny if it was like 666, you know? Or 6969. You know, one of those giggity numbers. Alright. Oh man. Let's see if anybody's doing human. No one's farming human. We're heading right to Cinnabar farming. Yeah, I think there was I think I know which one you're talking about. Like, I'll pull it up really quick, but I'm pretty sure it's the one that I looked at the other day. This is the one Topher sent me before stream. Actually, that's not it. What the? Okay, this isn't what I was looking for. Okay, Wind Rose. Yeah, I think this is the one I looked at. Yeah, this is the one I looked at. It reminded me of like Sea of Thieves, but a little like the camera's a little different, right? More like Conan Exiles, right? Kind of movement, camera look and stuff, but like Sea of Thieves non-MMO. Yeah, is this what you played this already, Edge? This is the first person I thought of when I saw this was Edge. But the one you sent me, MMO 99 or 998, this, it looked very complex. It looked complicated, bro. It honestly, it interested in me a lot, but this part here, the debugger, confused the shit out of me. And then like this was kind of cool. Like, what are you basically just making a video game and trying to deploy it? Is that what it is? Is this all it is? Like, not make a game, but you know what I mean? Like, you're simulating that you're making a game and making, you know, sending it out. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool, like, I wouldn't say idle game, but something I could play like on the background, you know? Because this is pretty cool, like satisfaction numbers or whatever and stuff like that. And like you get your revenue, you know, your popularity, percentage base, you know, stuff like that. Server upkeep and stuff. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a little bit like it's kind of crazy. Like, so if you look at this, like, this is like, I don't know, kind of like a screenshot of the game, but like you have like all this like writing on the left side here that kind of gives you some information, right? And then you got these trees that you expand to make things better. You obviously upgrade your like servers and you add monetization and performance and finances and all this other stuff. This is the debugger. I guess it just shakes. I don't know. That's what Topher was saying. But then you got your game design. You can like up the different types of things, right? And then you can do some marketing to try and get some more stuff out there, and then you can get new box art and stuff to try and like make it fresher or cleaner. Like, you just got a whole ton of slew of things here. I guess there's Minesweeper built into it for another mini game, which is kind of funny. But yeah, it looks pretty cool. I don't know. It's something I would play for a few minutes. You know what I mean? Maybe for like a weekend or something. But all right, doesn't look like anybody's running human right now. At least they're not saying anything. So we'll just jump right into the bar farmer. Oh, PoE announced? PoE 1? I thought it was PoE 2 launch. Or did, oh wait, I skipped PoE 2 launch. I forgot. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I skipped PoE 2 launch because it was just the it was the druid, but it was just basically the druid. It wasn't enough of an update for me to want to like go and tinker with it. So yeah, we're gonna PoE 1 is the next one, right? Mirage? Interesting. Do we have any information? I know you said the announcement's tomorrow, but do we have any information as of right now for it? Well, that's what I thought, Topher. Like, the development button is probably to, like, increase the bars, right? So increase, like, the graphics, increase, like, the artwork, increase, like, you know, the performance and things like that. Like, it's to make the stats better for the game. You just keep developing, and then you use your marketing section to probably bring up the awareness and stuff. It's pretty cool. I mean, it sounds like a cool game, Topher. Like I said, obviously it has like kind of like a staleness to it after a little while, because like after you've made like 10, 15, 20 games or whatever, it's like, okay, well, what's the point of continuing on, right? Unless there's like some hidden like gems that you can like, certain combinations of things that you put together to hit like certain gems of games or whatever, like some hidden like Easter eggs or something. Like that could be kind of cool. Just some teasers, okay. Oh man. Fip, if you have any of those teasers that you think I would find interesting, you can post them in the screenshots tab in the Discord. If not, tomorrow, if you happen to come across the actual announcement, you could post that in the Discord so I can see it, because I typically am never around for announcements, and I have no idea where the fuck they are 90% of the time. If they're not on Twitch or in Steam, I normally don't see them. So number go up is the reason. I mean, I get that, dig, but at a certain point, like, number going up means nothing. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, the big number mean big PP, you know, like, don't need to be compensating too much. I will say there is one game to this day that I have struggled to actually 100%, and it's called Streamer Life or something. Where is it? I tried to 100% it, and I've struggled. This thing here, I've tried to 100% this, and it's kicking my ass. Mainly because some of these achievements are just annoying. So it's like, survive as a streamer. This is actually difficult. Like, low key, this is actually difficult. I've made it to the end where I've completed it, but this never completes. I don't know why, right? And then making $50,000 is doable. I don't know how I didn't complete that one either. But cooking your computer, there's a specific minigame, not minigame, but there's a specific sequence of events that you have to like hit, and you have to say the right things in the right order to actually be able to do this one. This one's annoying. So if you don't live to a certain point and you don't hit the certain triggers and you don't say the right things in the right order, you can't do this one. This one's annoying. This one, I've tried to get banned forever, and the most I've gotten is like a 7-day ban. This one's annoying. Get infected by worms. This one's also annoying. I looked it up, and this one's fucking irritating. And then get in jail. I'm pretty sure I got jailed before, and somehow this one didn't complete either. So some of these I don't know why they didn't complete, but they're just annoying ass achievements. Super fucking annoying. That's really funny, Topher. You're doing it wrong. Your rat needs to be sniffing your snail's butt. It's like, oh, you're right. It's so funny. The fucking comical things that gamers find funny. Like, if you were to say that to like a random person that doesn't play video games, they would have been like, huh? But like a gamer would find it funny, right? Because we're always looking for like there's just stupid comical like moments when we see artwork doing things. We're like, wait, what? You know, just like when you're like you're playing like you know, a battle royale like PUBG, or you know, you're even in MMORPGs where you're always crouched down in front of somebody, like you're trying to give them a blowjob or whatever. Like, that's just what gamers do. I don't know what it is about us. We're just fucking weird like that. We're always trying to like get some weird ass fucking image picture things. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I know you sent it yesterday and it was super funny. I was just like, oh hell yeah, that actually works really well. I wonder if you can like move the gaming pad like closer to the rat so it looks like he's playing the game. And then maybe put the sprinkler like kind of above him but like underneath him. So it looks like he's taking a shower. I don't know, man. Like there's ways that you can like customize that to like really get some funny animations going. And maybe put like the log like where the snail is, so it looks like the snail is trying to go in the log with a rat sniffing his butt. I don't know, man. Like you could do some funny things. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, yeah, so you connect the controller to the snail, and then the rat's playing like on the controller trying to like move the snail around. That's what I'm saying. Like you can do some funny shit. What did you join into? You joined into this. This is what you joined into. Rats sniffing snail butt. This is what you joined into. And then rats playing snails with a controller. Yeah, that's what you walked into. Nothing new, mate. Nothing new at all. What's going on? Welcome in. Same old, same old. Same thing we do every day, Pinky. Okay. I don't know what's going on upstairs, but I need to go look. I'll be right back. Give me like a minute. Come on, Jake, get in here. Oh, yeah, so obnoxious sometimes. Jesus Christ. I like hear a bunch of like tinkering and like it sounded like because we have like dog gates every once in a while, like laying up against the wall. So if we ever need to like lock the dog out of a room, we can just lay it, you know, in front of the door. And I just hear like the wood panels like tapping together. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Who is tapping like a wood plank together? I go up there and I just hear my cat meow, 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 just walking around meowing, and you would swear this cat is a Siamese cat because he's just meowing and walking around the house like howling. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's walking in and out of the bedroom with the wife like she's trying to sleep. I could still hear him. He's outside my room. He's just like, fucking hell. So I like, you know, sweet talk him out of the bedroom. He comes out, I close the door, and then he follows me down into the basement. Just meowing the whole damn way. It's like, bro, shut up. And it's funny too, because our actual Siamese cat doesn't meow like that. So funny. Idol Slay? Wait, what did I miss? No shit, Topher. So I actually, one of my cats does do that. So we used to have like a wider, like flat bowl, and a cat would eat from the dead center of the bowl. And the second he hit the bottom, he'd stop eating and start meowing. Because he's like, it's empty. I need food. It's empty. So I'd shake it. And he'd be like, ooh, food. And he'd keep eating. He hit the bottom. And then he'd be like, meow, meow. I'm like, oh my God, cat. There's still food in your bowl. Come on. So now we have a bowl that's like kind of slanted. So all the food like shifts to the middle. So he just eats from the middle until it's gone. Like, or until he's full, one or the other. Like, that's a nice thing about my cats is they're grazers. So they don't like scarf the food down. They don't eat it all that's there every time we put it down. So we're able to put down an auto feeder. So it gives them like, I think it's like a quarter of a cup, like 4 times a day. So they basically get like 1 full cup per cat. I think it's actually less than that, but it's somewhere around what they need to maintain their body weight. That's not like overfeeding or whatever. I don't remember exactly how much it is. It might be like 3/4 of a cup. I have no idea. But like, it just auto dispenses it. And most of the time the cats don't even eat it all. They just eat what they want. So they go in there, they'll eat a couple pieces of food, and they'll walk off, you know. They'll sleep for a while, they'll go back in there, and they'll eat a couple more pieces of food, and then just walk around. Like, that's just, we have grazing cats, and it's kind of funny. But yeah, he used to struggle because he would see the bottom of his food dish, and he's like, nah, I'm out, bitch. this is empty. It's like my other cat, my Siamese cat. He won't. He's fucking weird with his water dish. He will only drink water from a dish when it's full. After he drinks for like a minute or something, and the water level's gone down about 1/4 of an inch, he starts pulling the water dish towards the sink with his paw and meowing like, "Hey, it needs to be filled back up. Hey, it needs to be." I'm like, "Cat, it's still full. The dish is 4 inches deep." Or 3 inches deep, and you've only drank like 1/4 of an inch of it. Like, there's plenty of water. Come on. It's fucking hilarious. So like his main dish that he drinks from is an auto water. So we have an auto water for the damn cat because it stays full. But I've never known a cat to drink as much water as this cat does. Like, you know how cats are typically not water drinkers, right? They typically get most of their water from wet food. Most cats, not all cats, but most cats. They struggle to get enough water in their diet because they don't drink water normally. Like, they drink a little bit of water, but they don't drink a lot of water. So they usually struggle at maintaining, like, hydration for that reason, which is why a lot of people do feed their cats wet food, right? This cat ain't no problem getting water. He will literally sit in front of his auto water for like 15 minutes drinking water. He will drink like 1/4 of his water, auto water, in one sitting. And then he'll go and piss like a gallon of water. No shit, bro. That cat just drinks water like it's going out of style. It's crazy. Our other cat doesn't. He drinks water, but he doesn't drink it nearly as much as that cat. Like, the Siamese cat just won't stop drinking water. Crazy. He drinks so much water. Like, you'll go in there to go take a piss or something because it's in the bathroom on the island or whatever, on the vanity. That's where he wants his damn water. I don't know why. We put it anywhere else, and he's just like, hey, where's my water? Where's my water? I was like, cat, I showed you where your water was. He's like, yeah, but I don't want it there. And like, long story short, it took us a while, but he finally figured out where he fucking wanted it, and he wanted it in the damn bathroom. So you go in there and you're chilling, and he's just like, just licking and just drinking and drinking, and you're just like, are you done yet? Like, holy fuck, cat. Like, 10-15 minutes goes by and he's still just in there drinking away. Was that a long ad? Yes, I mean, it's like 3.5 minutes or something like that, or 3-minute ad. Sometimes you get really cucked with the full 3 minutes. I'm doing pretty good, mate, you know. Had an awkward sleep session. You know, went to sleep at like 1. Wife woke me up at 7 because I had to help her clean something up that was unexpected. And then I ended up going back to bed at like 7:30, and then she came to bed at like 10. I got up at like 10:30, made some food, which took like an hour. Took way too fucking long. Then we jumped on the computer. So I got on a little later than I normally would, but it was, I mean, I was here. I just was trying to make dinner. I didn't want to like start the stream. Ooh, sorry. Start the stream and then just not be here. Like, I hate it when streamers start their stream and then they're like in the stream starting screen for like 30 minutes. Like, if you were going to be 30 minutes later than when you started your stream, why didn't you just start your stream later, right? And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with having a starting stream, right? Especially if you have your ads set up to play at the very beginning of your stream. So, you know, people coming in don't get hit with pre-rolls and stuff like that. That's what I started doing. So like a 10-minute stream start is fine. You start your stream, you wait 10 minutes before you like start, you know, chatting with people. That's fine. But 20-30 minutes is a little excessive. It's like you're milking your viewers at that point, right? It's like, who was it? I think it was Amaranth or something. I remember there was one time I was like moseying around. I went down the rabbit hole of recommended streamers. So I'd like click on a recommended streamer, see what they're like. Okay, why is this person recommended? It's like, okay, they're playing a game I don't even play. I don't even know who the hell they are. So I'd be like, oh, there's another recommended one. So I'd go down another. I just went down this rabbit hole of recommended streamers. Somehow I ended up on Amaranth, and I've never watched her a day in my life. And it was literally just like a be right back with writing on the screen. It was like, hey, I'm putting on a new bikini, I'll be right back. And I'm like, interesting. And I was like, okay, well, let's go watch something else. It's like, okay, whatever. And then like an hour later, like I go back, right? And it's still I'll be right back putting on a new bikini. And I'm like, how fucking long is she gone for? And I think she was gone for like 2 or 3 hours. And she did that regularly on her streams. Like, and the only reason I know this is because like every once in a while, she would show up in my recommended thing and I'd be like, okay, how long is she going to be AFK this time for, right? So I'd click on it and I'd see that she's, be right back, putting on a new bikini. And I'm like, is this lady ever at her computer? Like, it's just crazy. I'm like, she'd have like a 10-hour stream, and I guarantee you she was only there for maybe 5 hours of it. She'd take like a 3-4 hour break and leave her stream up, milking the viewers, and she was getting subs and donations while she wasn't even at her computer. I'm not saying like there's anything wrong with that. If you can make money, if you can milk it from your viewers and they're that desperate for your attention or something, sure, whatever, man. If that's your audience, that's your audience. But like, that's crazy. Like, I don't think that's right. Right, I would never do that to people. At least for me, I would never do that. Like, I don't think that's right to just turn my stream on and just be like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna go run to the store. I'll be back in 3 hours. You guys just hang out." Like, huh? The fuck? It's like fucking crazy. I said, hey man, she makes content. People like it. We're not disputing that, right? Some of those fucking funny ass clips from her stream are pretty fucking hilarious, but like, hey, like I said, everybody's got their own audience, everybody's got their own way of doing things. I wouldn't say there's any wrong way to do it. It's just there's things I would do and things I wouldn't do in people's streams, and I personally wouldn't want to be streaming while not streaming to make extra money, right? That's what I was saying. It's like, it's the whole starting stream thing. Like, I get it. You need to put up a starting stream screen so people can show up to your stream before you start. People have time to like trickle in, try and get the ads out of the way so people aren't hit with ads when you're doing stuff. And I feel like that's fine. It's perfectly acceptable. But I feel like there should be a limit to the acceptable time that a streamer, I wouldn't say be allowed to do it, but like, you know, it's like an acceptable use policy, right? It's like something that's like, it's not like a formally written out rule, but at the same time, it's like a kind of a generalistically agreed upon, hey, let's keep it minimal, right? Let's not be live without being live for too long of a period of time. Because like, if you're sitting there trying to make content and entertaining people, your chair is not doing the entertainment, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, you need to be the one creating the content, not your computer chair, right? And don't get me wrong, there are some streamers that it's pretty funny when they leave the computer. Like Datmods, for example, every time, his community is so fucking funny. Every time he leaves to go to the bathroom, he's not gone for more than a minute or two. So, like, you know what I mean? That's fine. It's perfectly, like, that's great. Like, if that guy is taking a poop in that minute of time, man, he's got some insane poop speed, right? But he's not gone that long, right? But God, it's so funny because the second he turns around to walk away, someone hits him with like a donation. It's like la 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 la. It's like every single time he leaves his computer, he comes back to just being trolled by text to speech. No, Mr. Chair, Mr. DX Racer Computer Chair is not a valid streamer. He does not answer questions. He does not provide any type of commentary. Like, if I wanted to watch a Mr. Streamer Computer Chair, I would go to the DX Racer website and go to the like 360 view fucking, you know, picture page, and I just let that thing spin. Like the same thing. Like, at least that one's moving, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. It's I mean, don't get me wrong, things happen, right? Like, let's say you're streaming, something bad happens, you know, like, your girlfriend, boyfriend, you know, animal or whatever, something happens, you gotta go run and take care of something. It's fine, maybe 10, 15 minutes, it happens. Sometimes 20, 30 minutes, it happens. But if something's come up to where you need to be gone for an extended period of time, you know, taking care of something, you know, put up a different screen, be like, hey, be right back, something happened, right? You know, you don't have to type, put up your be right back screen. Don't just leave your computer chair just visible, right? Like, pin a message into chat saying, hey, I'm going to be gone for a little while. Sorry, you know, blah, 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 intermission or something. But if you're going to be gone for a very long time, it's almost worth just turning your stream off and turning it back on, which is bad, right? Don't get me wrong. That is terrible for a content creator, because the second you turn your stream off, everybody goes to different streams. When you turn it back on, it takes a very long time for your audience to trickle back in, if they even come back. And that's the biggest problem, right? Is you don't want to turn the stream off, which is why when you're doing those long intermissions, it's better for your channel to leave it running, keeping your audience like on the hook, waiting for you, curious on, oh, when they're gonna come back, when they're gonna come back, am I gonna get to see a butt cheek when they come back, you know, like, am I gonna catch a glimpse of a boob, you know, just like, I feel like that's why people just sit there and watch things, you know. Same thing with the sleep streams. People are sitting there watching people sleep, they're like, oh, am I gonna see something I'm not supposed to see, you know, like, it's just weird. Like, people just, you know, if you're gonna watch someone sleep, why don't you just go watch like the Otter channel or something, or the Duck channel? Like, those channels, at least you're watching animals do things, and you know, it's kind of relaxing and chill. Why do you need to watch someone sleep? That's like on like stalker level, you know. Like, I feel like watching somebody sleep while just straight up sleeping is just weird. It gives like creepy stalker vibes. I don't like it. I personally don't like it. Like, I get it in a sense of like when you're doing like a marathon stream. Like, I've seen some people do it in a cool way where they leave the cameras running during the marathon while they're sleeping in a big room with a bunch of other people. So you get to see like a wide camera angle of like a bunch of different beds with a bunch of different people sleeping, and you know, throughout the night before they get back on and start streaming. And like that's kind of cool. I mean, that's okay. It's still creepy to watch people sleep, but I think it's more of a tolerable thing, because you're not zoomed in on a single bed, like doing a sleep study of a single individual person. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just weird. Oh, I know what you mean, Thor. Like, there's people that are like, yay, finally the stream starts. It's the chair stream. You know what I mean? When the streamer actually leaves, it's kind of funny. And that's another thing too, Thor, is like, here's the real problem is like, I don't want to contribute online stalkers to specific behavior. I'm not saying that that's not a thing, that, you know, people do attract more stalkers when they do specific behaviors. It is true. It's just kind of like the argument we had yesterday about like violent games don't make violent people, but they do bring out the violence in violent people a little bit more. Like it is a kind of like a catalyst for people that are already violent. It is a possibility. It is a true thing. But I feel like that's the same thing with like people that have stalker tendencies. Like I feel like they can watch a stream and not be stalkerish, but if you hit them with something, a specific behavior or something, it could bring that stalker behavior out in them. So I would say certain actions and you know, whatever I was just saying, like, you know, certain things can bring out stalkerness in certain people. So I would say certain things are probably not the best thing to do on stream to try to avoid that. All right. Lemon got injured. No! How? What'd she do? You get like stuck on like the cage or something? But I don't even know what we were talking about. I don't know what this rant came from, but I think it was just about like stream starting and stuff, and like streamers being away from their streams for long periods of time. I just don't think it's like, don't get me wrong, like when you're doing like an 8-10 hour stream, like there's time areas where you need me time, right? You need to go to the bathroom, you need to go get something to drink, something to eat, you know, you need 10-15 minutes to go and stretch. Like I get it, you need to get off your ass, stretch your legs, you know, get something to eat and drink, you know, because some people don't want to eat on stream, and that's perfectly acceptable, right? It ruins that facade that you put on for your stream, right? If you're just sitting there munching down on food, people are like, oh, this is disgusting, I don't want to watch this person, you know, cram a burrito bowl down her throat, you know, like some people like it, some people don't. So I get it. Like being away from your computer for like up to an hour can make sense in the middle of like a 10-hour stream. I have no problems with that. But I do feel like at the start of your stream, there should be like an acceptable time limit of when you start your stream to when you actually start providing content. That's kind of like my kind of pet peeve is Anthony Kong fan, for example. I love his content. He's funny. He's wild. Obviously, you know, I don't know a whole lot about the man himself. I don't know, you know, anything about him really, except for a little bit of drama I did hear about a long time ago, which I don't really, it is what it is. I mean, that's his personal life. As long as his content is still somewhat entertaining, I'll show up and see what it is every once in a while. But regardless of that, that's off topic. He started his stream the other day, and I saw he went live, and I saw him in my like following section. I was like, oh, well, what's he playing? And I saw the game title. I'm like, oh, interesting. So I click on it, and it says starting soon. I'm like, okay. And I looked down, and it was 22 minutes. I'm like, you've been at starting now for 22 minutes. That's like excessive, right? Because I feel like 10 minutes is probably like a good period, 15 minutes max. Because if you start your stream, you can set your stream to play ads within like, I think 5 minutes of your stream starting. I think 5 minutes is like this, it's either 3 or 5 minutes of your stream starting, the first ads will play. And if you have an ad set up for 3 minutes, that's, you're looking at 8 minutes. And if it's like delayed a little bit, you may be at 9, possibly 10 minutes. Okay, you know, 10 minutes, fine. 15 minutes, overestimation, perfectly acceptable. I feel like once you get past that 15-minute mark, it's like, why did you start your stream so soon? Like, obviously, like I said, things happen. Let's say you started your stream, you know, you figured you'd be back in time, you know, you figured what you were doing wasn't going to be taking too long, and then something, you know, unforeseen happens. It's like, oh shit, I got to take the trash out. Oh, this happened. Oh, I dropped something, now I got to clean it up. Like, things happen. I get it. It's fine. But it's not the first time I've seen his stream specifically take a while to start. And that's the only reason why I kind of like brought up the pet peeve, because like it just kind of it was like the other day. I was just like, that's really frustrating, and it was bugging me for a while because it wasn't just his stream. I've seen a lot of streams, and like I click on, and it's like starting soon. I'm like, okay, and I look, and like it's in like 20-30 minutes, and I'm like, what's the point of starting a stream and not being there? Like, it was funny is their community is all about it. They're sitting there, they're staring at the screen, they're typing in chat, they're having a good time, they're waiting on the streamer. Just hundreds of people in their stream, just sitting there chatting to themselves, waiting on the streamer to come. And I'm just like, bro, what? And I guess I was kind of curious, like, what your guys' thoughts are on it, you know? All right, sounds good, Thor. Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say something to you yesterday, and I think you went to go and eat when I was like, you know, thanking you for being here and everything. But I appreciate you for stopping by today. I'll be around this weekend. We're gonna be doing community night, so maybe we'll catch you then. See you, see you. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good day. I am curious on if any of you actually filled out the community night thing. I'm kind of curious on what we're gonna be playing this weekend, or if we're just gonna be playing New World some more. What up, puppy? What's going on? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're having a good day. Interesting. It doesn't say you're a first-time chatter. So, does that mean you've been here before and you never followed? Or you unfollowed and came back? You're welcome. Like I said, I'm playing until I'm gonna play New World until I finish my Ironman series. And the only thing I'm not going to complete for the Ironman series is I'm not gonna do raids. Just because I just, nothing against the raids, nothing against the dungeons. It just doesn't interest me in any way. Not even a little bit. And I'm not going to do the 300 territory standing. Everything else I'm going to try and complete. Because 300 I don't have enough time as an Ironman to finish 300 territory standing. It's just I don't play enough every single day. I only play on stream, and I stream 3.5 days a week, right? And I stream for 5 to 6 hours a day. It is not enough time left in the whatchamacallit, to actually complete it. Like, this is my 51st day of this, you know, this playthrough, and I'm only at like level 60 something in Everfall, and that's where I've done all of my crafting, leveling up my professions. So there's no way I can reach 300 territory standing. Oh, you only follow New World streamers? Well, my question is when New World disappears, what are you going to switch to? Do you have like a second, like another game in mind, or are you just like done with gaming going forward? Like, do you have anything like on the horizon on your, you know, your thought process of what you're thinking about giving a shot to next? I mean, I hope I speak clear English. I mean, I was born in America and I've been speaking English since I started speaking. And I wouldn't call it English. I would call it more American, because I think people from England speak speak a little bit different English than I do. But yes, it is English technically. Really? You're gonna completely quit video games if New World goes? Have you, okay, so take this with a grain of salt, but I'm kind of curious, and the reason I bring this up is, have you looked into any games that are similar to New World? No, I agree. I 100% agree, Puppy. That's why I'm asking. Because the way I look at games nowadays is people are like, why are you playing a game that's gonna die? Isn't this game gonna be dead in, you know, in a year? Like, what's the point? It's gonna be gone. All your progress is gonna be gone. You're gonna lose everything, right? The generalistic idea is gaming and anything as a hobby is meant to be fun. It's meant to have a good time and a pastime and to just be entertaining, right? And if the question that's being asked is the only question that matters is, are you having fun? If the answer to that question is yes, nothing else matters. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter how you're doing it. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. The answer is yes, that's all that matters. And at the end of the day, that's why I asked if they had any other games on your mind that could possibly be a thing. Because if New World is the only thing that currently interests you, right? For whatever reasons that New World, you know, whatever New World was giving you, that was scratching that itch that you really liked, if that doesn't exist anymore, you have no reason to game. That sucks. Because if this is a good outlet for you, I mean, I hope we can find something good for you, or wait for a game to come out that could scratch the itch in the same way. But like I said, if you're not having fun, what's the point? Like you said, like if there's something, if you're not having fun, what's the point of playing, right? Yeah, bro, I kind of despise tab targeting. I mean, I could tolerate it if the rest of the game is good, but so let me ask you some questions about like why you say the other ones are less than New World, right? I mean, you're talking about the combat. The combat isn't fluid. Okay, so that last sentence you just said, they're slower or too fast. Okay, that answers my one question. Okay, because I was gonna say, if you think Black Desert Online isn't fluid, we need to have a conversation. Because Black Desert Online is like hypersonic. But it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing PvE content, as in Black Desert, it's actually as fast as you want to make it, right? It's pretty chill. But if you're doing PvP, that shit, it's like you're at hyperspeed. It's wild how fast everything's moving, how much people are dashing and dodging and teleporting and sprinting and charging across a screen. Like, there's just so much going on in the PvP aspect in Black Desert. Black Desert is wild. But their combat is 1,000 times better than New World's. If you can get past of how fast it is, it's insane. But with the caveat that it's a mostly single player game. Almost okay, they have a couple group contents, right? Not counting PvP. So PvE wise, they do have some dungeons, but most people do it solo. They have like boss encounters, which are done solo. They have world bosses, which that doesn't really fucking matter. Everybody can do those. And then they have a few group grinding locations, but that's about it. And that's the one problem I have with BDO is it's pretty much a solo played game. So most people, in my opinion, that are leaving New World currently was originally they were going to Ashes, right? Or Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2, fire, but tab target, right? To a point. Tab target to a point. There's a lot of skills that don't automatically hit. Don't automatically target things. You have to like get within range and stuff like that. Ignore that part. But I'm just saying, a lot of people were going to like those main games or Final Fantasy 14, right? Some people were even heading back over to like classic WoW stuff. Ashes was tab, yes. From my recollection, it was tab. But the new game that a lot of people from Ashes and New World are starting to migrate to, and it's slow because the announcements and the marketing for the game is Quinfall, yes. With the caveat that their combat needs polish. Now, like I said, you made the comment that the combat isn't as fluid or whatever, and I get that. Yeah, Willie's been playing the crap out of it. I don't really know Willie as a streamer. I've seen him recently because he's been playing Quinfall, and I'm really interested in playing it myself. And he says it himself. I say the same thing. I haven't played it yet, but from everybody I've watched and everything that I've seen in the game, the combat is clunky. It is kind of slow, and it can get a little sticky and kind of unforgiving at certain times, depending on what you're doing, right? Depending on what skills you're using, what character you're playing, and what situation you're in, it can be a little hard, right? Yeah, I guess he was a big New World streamer. That's what I kind of gathered from watching his stream. Yeah, ESO is another decent one. I would say that, like I said, there's a lot of games to switch to. It just depends on the criteria you're looking for, right? Like, I feel like Albion is a decent option because I think a lot of their skills are skill shot based, kind of like League of Legends style. And then ESO, I don't know much about their combat per se because I haven't watched a whole lot of it, but graphically speaking, it looks really nice. But I think Quinfall is going to be a decent game with more cook time. Like I said, take it with a grain of salt. From what I gather, you're looking for something that has New World fluid combat that doesn't feel clunky and disgusting, right? And currently, Quinn World's combat kind of feels clunky, sticky, and disgusting. But I think with a little bit of cook time, like maybe like 3 to 6 months of cook time, maybe a year, because they have a lot of stuff going on in the roadmap. I think little by little, the clunkiness and the fluidity of their abilities and their movements and stuff, I think it will get better. Now, the only reason why I highly recommend trying Quinn World specifically is because it's only $10. And I 100% do not think, in my personal opinion, it is pay to win. Because most of the stuff in the game can be obtained free to play. And you don't have to you don't have to worry about someone being ahead of you because they swipe their credit card. You know what I mean? There's only like 2 items in the whole game that a free to play player would struggle to maintain. Exactly. A lot can happen between now and January. Like, obviously, there's that very small glimmer of hope that people have that Face Punch will purchase the game because of that one post, technically 2 posts. The first one that they offered 25 mil, the second one stating that they're signing an NDA with an unknown company for an unknown game, and that's the last thing that they would talk about until things were finalized, if it got finalized. So I would say there's a very small, smoldering, tiny ember of hope that they're talking about New World, but they're not optimistic about being able to reach terms. But who knows what game it truly is. That's the problem, right? Now, I will say that no matter how we look at it, I do have faith because looking at past games, looking at past like older games and older communities and things like that, there have been games that have been shut down, and years later the community has banded together to purchase the IP for a really low price because the game has been gone for so long. I feel like New World could fall into a category like that if it finally does actually shut down, that the community that loves it so much will have nowhere to go, and they might band together as some sort of like community crowdfunded thing to put some money together to purchase it. Because I feel like, in my personal opinion, you guys are about to hit an ad, so I'm going to wait a few minutes. Once the ad is over on my side, I'll continue talking. But basically, like, the gist of it is, like, I think it could come back. The longer it's dead, the more likely it is to be able to come back. But double-edged sword. Like I said, we'll talk about more when we come back in the ad. It's about to pop off, so I'll give you guys a few minutes. We'll stay quiet for a minute so nobody misses out on any conversation, and then we'll keep it up, continue on with it, so no one loses out on conversation while the ads are playing. I do appreciate you guys for being here. Bro, yo, Dig. I know you're sub, so you can still hear me. Did you check the VODs channel? What the fuck is going on? Like, I'm confused. Is this a fluke? Is this 2 flukes in a row? Like, obviously, there's like no retention or like anything that's gonna come from it, but unexpected for sure. Uh, for all of you on the VOD channel, if you're wondering why I'm not talking and continuing on the story and ranting or whatever, it's purely because we have an ad playing right now. For anybody that's in the ad, I don't want them to miss out on the conversation, so we're gonna give it a few minutes. It's a 3-minute ad, and then once that's over, we'll continue on with the conversation. Oh, so yeah, I know it can be a little boring when I'm sitting here just whacking rocks and not talking. And like I said, I try to do my best to not sit here and just not yap. I try to do my best to talk as much as I can and carry on a rant or at least a conversation as much as I can and read chat best I can. Welcome back. Are you in an ad right now, mate? I'm assuming not, since you said you're back. Uh, uh, out here. Too longer than I expected, but I was trying to Oh, gotcha. No, that's all good, mate. I just wanted to make sure you weren't in an ad. Okay. Yeah, I just you said she had a nightmare? Like, I was curious on like how she hurt herself, right? Because you said she had like some blood on her wing or whatever, and I was just curious on like, did she like you said she had a nightmare, she was freaking out. Did she like run into something? Did she get her wing like caught on something, like in the cage or like on the bars of the cage or something like that? Like, what happened? That's unfortunate. That sucks. I don't like it when animals get hurt. Like, I don't care when people get hurt. Like, because I mean, unless I mean, with the caveat, obviously, like, I don't want people to get hurt, right? But like, if somebody like does something stupid and hurts themselves, okay, like, I'm not feeling sorry for you, right? If an accident happens, okay, yeah, okay, I can kind of feel sorry for you depending on like the situation of what happened. Like, if you stub your toe, okay, I'm not really that worried about it. Sucks, but sucks. But animals, on the other hand, like, I feel bad for them, right? I have a soft spot for animals. I don't have so much of a soft spot for people. While everybody's asleep, interesting. Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, how a bird in their cage could injure themselves that bad. You know what I mean? Like I can understand if like one bird attacked another bird. That I could get. Right? One bird got mad at another bird sitting on their branch or something, you know what I mean? Like I could get that. But if that's not the case, I can't think of many things that would cause an injury like that, right? Like I could understand like if you freaked out, you fell off a branch, right? You hit the ground. Okay, it kind of can make some sense. Or if you, like you said, they had a nightmare and they were flapping around like crazy, and maybe their wing got stuck between the bars or something. I could see something like that. But like most of that, I don't think would present as the same type of injury, right? Yeah, I'm not saying your bird did. I'm just saying, like, those are the only few things that I can comprehend personally, like off the top of my head, that would make sense. But none of it really fits, right? I don't know. Interesting. But anyway, now that the ad is over, we'll continue on with our conversation. Not to cut the conversation off with you short or anything, mate. We were just chatting about New World for a bit. So what I was saying, before the ad happened, puppy, was I feel like right now the way it sits, New World, Amazon has a price in mind of what they think New World is worth. Between its IP, its assets, its copyrights, and so on and so forth. They have an idea of how much it's worth. And of course, ad ends, I start to talk, and then I need to go and take care of something upstairs. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Ugh. All right, we're back. Sorry. Tried like 10 times to get my mic to unmute. It went on mute. All right, so what I was talking about was Amazon most likely has a figure in mind, right? And the problem is I guarantee you companies have probably offered them something. Whether it's companies or specific individuals or whatever, they probably offered something. Maybe not as publicly as Facepunch did on Twitter, right? Or X, whatever you want to call it. But I guarantee you they've had offers. Maybe not a lot, but there probably are lowball offers. Like, for example, Facepunch offering 25 mil. To us, that seems reasonable, but to Amazon, it's probably not even close to what they're thinking. They're probably thinking closer to 200 mil, right? Something kind of exorbitant. And I highly doubt they'll get what they want. But here's the thing. The closer they get to closing the door, the less the IP is worth. In my opinion, this is my opinion 100%, is the closer it gets to January, the less it is worth. Right? And there's factors that go into that of reasons why, which I'm not going to talk about because it's too annoying to articulate. But once it shuts off, it's worth even less, right? Because now it's no longer a live service game. Everything is gone. Everything is deleted. It's no longer a game. It's packed up, put into a box, and put into a closet to collect dust. Once again, devalues it even further. It's like buying a car from a car lot and taking it off the lot, right? If you buy the car and you haven't taken it off the lot yet, right? It's just like the game still being live and still being, present. The same thing, but the second you take it off the lot, it depreciates a lot, worth a lot less money once you take it off the lot. The same thing with the game. The second you turn it off and you box it up, it's worth a lot less, right? Many factors go into that, such as like player base, right? The player base kind of is like, oh, game shut down, they move on. To reignite some of these people's passion to come back to it or interest, it's hard. It's just like when someone turns off their stream or the stream dies and they have to turn the stream back on. A lot of those viewers don't come back because they've already moved on. Same philosophy, right? So the longer the game goes without selling, the less it's going to be worth. And then if it is to shut down, the longer it's shut down, the less it's worth. And then at the same time, Amazon at a certain point has to figure out, well, if we are going to sell this, because the plan could be completely not to sell it no matter what, because they have plans to use it for something later down the road. Assets, IPs, copyrights, whatever it is that they have plans for, that could be a thing in the future. But like I said, from past older games, the longer the game is off the market, the more likely the people that own the IP, since they have no ambitions to use it, they'd rather get something for the IP than nothing, right? Like, if you have something sitting in your closet collecting dust and you've completely forgotten about it and someone offers you money for it, why wouldn't you take it? I feel like that's what is another possibility that could happen with New World. The longer it sits in the shelf in the closet collecting dust, and the more likely they are to not use it, obviously the cheaper it gets, they eventually will take a really cheap offer. And that's where like community funded projects could happen, right? A couple friends get together, they put together like 50K worth of money, they offer it to the company. The company's like, sure, we'll take 50K for it. It's all yours. And they take it and then they host their own private servers, they do their own coding, they do their own modifications and mods, and they change it and do whatever they're gonna do with it, and that's fine. That happens a lot of times with older games. But that's because they've been off the market for so long, they can be bought for such a cheap price. I feel like New World will probably never go for under $1 million, no matter how long it's off the shelf. But once again, at this point, you're talking about how many players are going to want to come back to the game after it's been shut off and off the market for so long. A lot of these people might be like Puppy here and might just say, screw it, stop gaming altogether, and just be lost to real life, right? And just not come back to gaming at all. Some people might get really absorbed and really sucked into another game and just say, hey, I have no reason to go back to New World. It was a fun game in the past, but this game's better. Right? Like, there's lots of different things. You're going to lose people to everything. So the player base is going to dwindle. Like, the very small niche kind of tight-knit community that loves it, just like some people that love Tibia. Some people that like Ragnarok Online and Silk Road and like these very niche old MMORPGs that have very tight-knit like small communities. It'll be something like that. It'll be a very tight-knit, very small community that might come back and play on a private server that's owned by, the people that bought the IP or something, and that would be basically it. And that's the problem in the nutshell is if they let it close, they're going to lose a lot of players. They've already lost a shit ton of traction, a shit ton of players, a shit ton of, community people just in the announcement that they weren't going to keep doing it and then that they were going to eventually shut it off. People have already abandoned ship, right? People see a boat that's sinking and it's got a big bullet hole in it and it's just taking on water. They're like, oh, let's just get on the lifeboat now and not wait for rescue to come. Let's just leave now while we can and not chance not getting saved, right? That's what most people do. And I don't fault them for this, right? Especially a content creator. A content creator making content in a field that they know is going to die is hard. Because when it comes to your community, when it comes to content creation, it takes time to build a community around a specific content. Now, it's not hard for variety of streamers because their core community isn't there for the games they play. They're there for the person. They're there for the community. They're there for the entertainment of the person, not the game itself. And there are people in those communities that typically come around specifically for specific games, i.e. take Summit, for example. Certain games he plays, I don't watch him because it's just boring. Other games he plays, I watch because it's fucking hilarious, right? And it's fun to watch. So it's like kind of the same thing as like a main gamer that has a main game as a primary game. When they switch to another game, most of their community leaves, or they just don't show up because they're not there. They're there for the game that they want to see. They're not there for the person. So that's what a lot of content creators have a problem with, is most of them have a main game that they play every day. And if that game is going to cease to exist, and they know it's going to, it's better for them as a content creator to maintain, you know, revenue and lifestyle of being a full-time streamer and stuff like that, to move their community over as soon as possible to start building a community in a new game. Because it's not that they're going to lose all of their community, but they will lose probably 60% of their community because it's the game that they wanted. It's not the person. Like, they enjoyed that person while they played that game. Right now they have to find another person or the same person that plays whatever game that they're interested next that they enjoy watching. So that's why I don't fault content creators for switching games early, because they need time to build their community around a new game, right? Just like Arrow from New World, one of the best bow players I've ever seen, he switched over to Guild Wars 2. I don't know what he's playing now, but I know he switched over to Guild Wars 2 for a while there, and he was really enjoying that. And like I said, he needed to switch early to build his community around the new game, or to find a new game so he could start building his community around the new game that he found. And we can't fault them for that. But what ends up happening is the content creators leave for the good reason, and then their communities go with them, right? The communities that want to follow them as a streamer, not as a game person, but not as the specific game, but follow them because they are that content creator that they like. Like if Asmongold was to switch games, most of their community goes with them. You know, if certain other big streamers were to switch off of a game and go to another game, like the community would follow them no matter what game they went to. Those are the people that go with them, right? So you got the content creators that leave, and you got their communities that go with them. You lose probably 50 to 60, maybe like 40% of the player base leaves this game for that reason. And then the other 60% say, holy shit, so many people just stopped playing this game. We need to jump ship with them because the game is dead. So then another like 40% of the player base leaves, if not more, because they see a sinking ship and they want to get off as soon as they can because they don't want to drown, right? And then you're left with like 20% of the population playing the game. Now, we already didn't have a big population in New World to begin with. I think we were up to like 50,000 on release of this expansion, maybe 60,000 peak players, not counting total players, but just peak players, which was really good for New World, right? Because it normally averaged anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 players on non-release times. But let's just say 3,000 players on average would play the game on a daily basis. Like, it's more than 3,000. It's like 3,000 average concurrent players throughout the day. So it's like when one guy leaves, another guy comes in, so they kind of stay roughly around 3,000 for the entire day as people are logging in and logging out. But then you take into consideration, like, you lose 80% of that. So mathematically speaking, like, it would be somewhere around whatever 3 times 8 is. Like, so you'd lose like 2,400 players out of 3,000, so you're left with like 600 players. Is roughly average what we're sitting at. We're sitting at roughly an average of 400 players right now, right? So, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, now we have an actual dead game just because of an announcement and that started the whole trickle-down effect, problem domino effect. Hey, we're not giving you any more content, and we're going to be shutting the game down. Okay, content creators leave, communities leave, everybody sees a sinking ship, they leave. You're left with the core people that are still having fun with the game and are going to play the game until the wheels fall off or they stop having fun, which is me. I'm going to play the game until I'm no longer having fun or the wheels fall off, one or the other. And I'll do that with any game. If I'm having fun playing a game, nothing else matters. It can shut down tomorrow and I will play it today. It truly doesn't matter. As long as I'm currently still having fun playing the game, I will play it until I'm no longer having fun or I can't play it anymore. And a lot of people are like that. And that's where you get like the core, super hardcore, interested in the game, having fun, will always play the game no matter what. Right? Like, that's kind of like where we're at with New World. And like, I don't fault people for doing that. It just sucks.
because I wish more people, instead of just having that mob mentality and just going with what everybody else does and not using their own, you know, brains or thoughts and stuff, they would do things on their own, right? If you see your, you know, somebody you look up to do something, are you gonna do it just because they did it? Like, right? It's just it's that mob mentality of like when people like you're with a bunch of your friends and you see one of your friends smoking a cigarette. It's like, oh, they're smoking cigarettes. Maybe we should smoke cigarettes, right? It's like, no, 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 bad idea. Don't do that. Because somebody's smoking a cigarette doesn't mean you have to smoke cigarettes, right? Just because someone's vaping doesn't mean you have to vape. You know what I mean? Just because someone's doing drugs or drinking alcohol doesn't mean you have to do it. Just because someone jumps off of a bridge doesn't mean you should, because that's definitely stupid, right? Like, those people that jump off rocks into fucking lakes, they have a death wish. Like, just saying. You don't know what the fuck you're gonna hit. Maybe you don't jump right and you don't fully get away from the rocks and you smack your face on it. Oh, now you're in a coma, right? Like, it's too dangerous. It's not fucking worth seeing everybody else doing it and you joining it. Like, it's, or when you're out in public and there's like a big mob of people, one person starts like hating and bullying on somebody and everybody chimes in. It's fucking stupid. It's the same philosophy with the games. One person, you know, starts something and their community follows just out of pure blindness, and then another person does it, and then another person does it, and another person does it, and it just trickles down, and then they're just parroting whatever they're being told to parrot. It's just, can we just have our own brains and our own thoughts? Now, it's not to say that you can't agree with what the person's saying. I have no problems with that. Like, I watch people's streams and I watch people's rants, and there's a lot of things that I agree with their rants and the things that they say, but there's also things that I can somewhat disagree with, or at least devil's advocate against, and, you know, kind of combat against, or see like the other side of it. And we talked about that yesterday with like Ash the Creation and another content creator talking about it, but it's just, I feel like this day and age, the younger generation, instead of using their own brains to come up with their own conclusions, they'd rather watch a video on somebody else's conclusions and claim it as their own. Like, I don't have a problem with that to a point. Like, yes, watching other people's content, getting some perspective from somebody else's side of things might help you kind of make a decision for yourself or help you gather some information. But the thing is, at the end of the day, what's true, right? What information is correct? What information is true? You know, the game of telephone is kind of telling, because, like, you know, you tell someone apples, and by the time it goes through 50 people, it's now banana, right? Banana sundae or some shit. And you're like, I said apple. You know what I'm saying? So one guy could be talking about one thing, and that person's like, oh yeah, I was watching this guy and he was talking about this, and it's completely different. And then that person tells another person, and then it ends up being something even completely different. And it went from, hey, I don't like New World, to, hey guys, I purchased New World and we're renaming it this. Like, that is not what I said. You know what I mean? Like, something completely different. So at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, watch content, watch people, what people have to say, take what they say with a grain of salt, but, you know, kind of food for thought kind of thing. It's fine, but you need to come up with your own thoughts, your own ideas. That's why, like, anytime people come to me and they ask me a question about a game, it's like, hey, what character should I play, or what build should I play, or anything like that. I don't give a cookie cutter answer. I don't say, oh, go play this, right? I go a little above and beyond, kind of like my rants, where I don't shut the fuck up. And I give you as much information as I can about all the aspects and all the avenues, so you can make a sound decision on your own instead of me giving you the answer. It's just like if you're going into math class and they say, hey, what's 1 + 1? And the teacher just says, oh, it's 2. There you go. And they're like, oh, okay. So then when they have to answer the question themselves, they're like, well, what was that answer again? How do I figure this out? Like, they have no idea how to get to the answer they're looking for, right? I'd rather give you the information and the tools to make your own decisions and get to your own answers than to give you the answer and you have no idea how you got there. Like, that's the problem. Is I would rather teach people how to think for themselves than to think for them. You played Ultima Online? I never got into Ultima Online. I heard it was pretty good back in the day. And I saw, fuck, what's the guy's name? Crotha playing it not that long ago, too. I think he was playing it not that long ago with some friends. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot about New World that I love, but there are things about it that I wish were better. Like that were tweaked or modified or refined. There's a lot of things about it that do piss me off. And I do think that if I actually was more serious about it, a little bit more sweaty, and I wasn't so lazy, that some of the things that I dislike about the game wouldn't be such a problem. I could learn to work around it, right? But I'm lazy. And me being lazy, I want things to be kind of streamlined and simpler rather than me having to find a workaround for myself or learn how to deal with the things that I dislike, right? Exactly, puppy. It's like, you know, you see those like love stories where it's like they're the love of their life, they've been married for 30 years and they get, you know, terminal cancer or something, and it's like, you know, the one that's gonna die is like, it's okay, you can you know, start dating other people, blah 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 blah, you can start looking for a new companion or whatever, I don't care. And then, you know, the other person's like, no, I'm with you until I'm no longer with you, right? And like, I get that, and I commend that completely. But with the added caveat, for me, it's not until death do us part, right? It is until I'm no longer having a good time. If I'm bored and I'm not having fun anymore, and I'm not enjoying it, I'm willing to move on early. Like obviously that's specifically for video games, not for people, right? But if the analogy fits, you know what I mean? Yeah, because like, so the thing is, like, back then I never really was into gaming, right? I mean, I remember playing, you know, NES, where I was playing like Tetris and Marbles and Duck Hunt and Zelda, you know, a handful of other things, Donkey Kong and stuff. Like I played all those types of games on NES and then Super NES and then Nintendo 64. I had a PlayStation for a little while as well. And I didn't get a computer to play games until um like 2004, I want to say, maybe 2003. um but I started playing RuneScape back in original RuneScape. Like it wasn't like the original like alpha release where you had to go and find a bed inside of a house to sleep in a bed to continue getting XP. I started playing around the time where they introduced sleeping bags. So you can actually have a sleeping bag in your backpack and you can sleep in a sleeping bag to continue, you know, EXP farming while you're out and about instead of having to go find a bed every time. That's when I started playing, was back then in RuneScape, and then I got into Counter-Strike Condition Zero. Well, I started on 1.6 and then I switched to Condition Zero when it came out. But, you know, they came out roughly around the same time of each other. 1.6 and Condition Zero came out roughly around the same time. But I played those for a little while. And then I played those until WoW came out. And then I started playing WoW right around, like, all three of those were like kind of at the same time. So I played RuneScape for a lot longer before I got into WoW and Counter-Strike. I think I played it for like a year or two before those came out. So I started playing like 2002, 2003. Um, but like I said, at that time, like I had played Diablo 1 on the PlayStation. I'd played Age of Empires 1 on my dad's computer at work. I played Sims Tower and Sim City on some other friends' stuff. That's about the extent, like Oregon's Trail and stuff. But at the end of the day, it was literally RuneScape, WoW, and Counter-Strike for me my whole life. And then I didn't really branch into other games until I would say the last like 8 years. I started branching into other games because I got bored of WoW. And I didn't have a group to play Counter-Strike with anymore, so I just stopped playing Counter-Strike. So it's just like one of those things. But I still play RuneScape and stuff. Oh, sorry. But like, what was it about New World that like made it your forever game? I personally have never found a game like a forever game for me ever since I quit WoW and Counter-Strike. Those were my forever games, but I also feel like I was younger back then, and it was much easier for me to like stick to one thing and continuously play the same thing every day when I was younger. Now that I'm older, I feel like it's not that I have a less of a attention span. It's more like I get bored easier of doing the same thing. Like I feel like if the end of the game endless loop isn't something that I can just enjoy day in and day out. Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate.
Right now.
Right, like this right here. This I enjoy. I enjoy farming resources, gathering resources, doing crafting, upgrading things, like farming for like specific like treasure hunter items or unique pieces of gear that are like really rare. Like I'm fine with that kind of stuff. But if it has to do with me like constantly like mob grinding or just speed running dungeons every day all day long, like, you know, Diablo 3 where I'm just running rifts over and over again, like that stuff bores the absolute fuck out of me. I love just sitting here doing professions and growing my profession levels, just like RuneScape, right? Crafting lots of gear and materials and breaking it down for other professions and gear and stuff, and like doing other skills and abilities. Like that's kind of like what I'm shooting for, right? That's what I enjoy, and that's why I think Quinfall is going to hit that niche for me. It has 32 professions, and they take forever to level. Tons of gathering, tons of refining, tons of crafting, tons of like horse breeding and husbandry with like cows, pigs, chickens, and farming and cooking and all sorts of shit. It's got so much to it. It's got sea content. Like, it's ridiculous. The amount of content in Quinfall is just ridiculous. Let me catch up on what you were saying, though. PlanetSide 1? Never gotten to PlanetSide 1. I played PlanetSide 2, though. Neverwinter Online was pretty cool. Yep. Yeah, so I agree. So the graphics, I like the graphics in this game. The sounds, I don't really give a shit about the sounds. Like, they're what they are. Like, some of the things are just whatever. The combat, I like and dislike. There's some things about the combat that I definitely dislike. But overall, I think the combat is pretty good. I still think Black Desert's combat is much better. But if you've never played Black Desert, obviously you will have nothing to compare it to. Personally, I played Black Desert for 13,000 hours. Now, I would say 2/3 of that time is AFK time, because a lot of the skills in the game can be done AFK. But absolutely love that game. The fluidity and the movement in that game is so good. The only fluidity in that game that sucks is when you're riding on a horse. And that's because the horse has momentum and it's hard to turn sometimes. It's not like this where I can just turn on a dime, right? That's the one fluidity problem it has with movement. But Black Desert is ridiculous, right? It's just absolutely ridiculous. Hands down one of my favorite MMOs of all time. Now, I think Quinfall could compete with it once I get into Quinfall, but the gathering, crafting systems, and skilling, absolutely phenomenal in New World. I will 100% agree with that. The only problem I personally have, I do like the world as well. So I agree with all your points, except for the sound, personally, to me, doesn't care. And the combat, obviously, I'm 50-50 on. It just depends on what we're doing and our what we're talking about specifically, because it can feel clunky at times. But I will say that there are things that could be better about it, but it's definitely, I agree that most of it is pretty spot on. Sorry, I lost my train of thought because we're about to hit an ad, and I was reading what you were writing at the same time. But oh yeah. So, but the problem I have with New World is its in-game loop, like its in-game viability of like in-game looping of content, is very boring to me. I don't like PvP, and 90% of the in-game loop of New World is PvP. Between doing wars constantly every day for different zones, doing, you know, fort fights, doing OPRs, arenas, you know, open world PvP stuff in general, like, okay, I'm gonna hold that conversation until the ad is over, and then we'll continue on. So, everybody over on the VODs channel, give us a few minutes, wait for the ad to finish, and we'll continue on with the conversation as well. Just like I said, so anybody that's not subbed can still continue on with the conversation with us as well. So people don't miss out once again. But I do agree, like if you like something, what's the point of moving on? What's the point of changing? Like I do agree with that. My problem is I get bored, right? But I no longer have fun doing the same thing. Like I said, it's one of those things. I like to play everything. I like to try everything just to see what I like and what I dislike. And if I get to an in-game loop that's just boring, and I start looping through content that I'm not enjoying, that's when I usually move on to another game. Personally. Yo, Topher, that's a huge thread count. Are you feeling like a rich person now or something? Like what's going on? What's with the thread count increase? You went from like sandpaper to like almost cloth. One thing I will say though, Topher, thread count alone isn't the only thing that matters from what I found, right? I've had sheets that were like 2,500 thread count or whatever that felt worse than 800 thread counts from other sheets. So yeah, I got you. So me and the wife actually got a new pair of sheets recently, and it was like a trial thing, right? They're a little expensive, but I actually think they're really comfortable. But they're bamboo sheets. Was not expecting them to be comfortable. I'm a little bougie with it, you know. The 2 for $5, bro. Fuck that shit. I feel like I'm sleeping on fucking sandpaper. Really? They're comfortable? Bro, I would, if I saw the price of those pillowcases, I would think sandpaper. That's all I would think. That's crazy. No, I get you. Like, but that's the thing is like sometimes you open the package to feel them and you're like, okay, it doesn't feel too bad. Then you bring them home, you wash them, you put them on your pillow, and like a couple days later, it just feels like rough and coarse. Bro, I've had some really fucked up pillowcases in my day, or sheets or stuff like that. Like, ugh. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I said, sleeping in the barracks with those sheets and stuff, they were fucking awful. Some of those sheets, man. I'd rather sleep with nothing. But yeah, Topher, look up bamboo sheets, like bed sheets and pillowcases. That's what we got. I don't know like the thread count or any like the specific brand, but that's what we got. That shit is silky smooth. Feel like an Egyptian like emperor or something. Super comfy. Oh man. Sorry guys. Shut up, cat. Yeah, shut up. Damn it. Stop meowing. Oh, what the fuck? Long ass clip. Hey, those look about right. We don't use the unfitted sheet. We use the fitted sheet and the pillowcases specifically, but that's basically the same thing. We have the fitted sheet version. I don't know if it's the same brand, but they're fucking comfortable. Like I said, not the cheapest sheets in the world, but fucking comfortable. I don't know why. I wasn't expecting bamboo to actually be comfortable, but okay, Amazon, there were like 1,000-character links. It's not bad, especially if it comes with a fitted sheet, 2 pillowcases, and a unfitted sheet. It's actually a decent price. $80 on sale. Holy crap. I mean, on sale though for 48 is pretty good. Almost 50% off. That's pretty solid. Like, we've tried a lot of different pillowcases. We've tried a lot of different, sheets, and some of them are more comfortable than others. The problem I have with the bamboo sheets currently, the only problem I have, or gripe I have, is unless you wash them like every week, they tend to, I wouldn't say stretch out, but they get loose on the bed and they start to like come off, right? So you have to put them back on. So you have to wash them regularly. So maybe you need like 2 pairs of sheets. So, every Sunday or every Saturday you change your sheets with a new pair so they actually stay on the bed completely and don't get like loose. I think that would be the only gripe I have for it. And I toss and turn a lot. That's the only reason why I've noticed that problem, because I do toss and turn a lot. And there's times I've woke up, rolled up in the sheet because it undid itself. And it literally was rolled up in the sheet. I'm like, well, no wonder I can't move. Yeah, I mean, I would say that holds true with like any pair of sheet typically, Topher. It's just the only reason I noticed it with these ones is because the other ones that we had, I think we got them at Costco or Sam's Club, and it was probably my favorite sheet so far because they had double elastic bands on the corners. Those things never came off. No matter how much I tossed and turned, no matter how much I rolled, they never came unattached from the bed. And they always stayed like relatively, I wouldn't say tight, but they never came off, right? And like I said, washing every 2 weeks is perfectly acceptable too. It just depends on people's like body odor. Not odor is the wrong word, but like I said, like your hygiene, right? If you sweat a lot, if it's hot, things like that. If you don't take a shower before bed, those types of things. Like if you shower before you get into bed and you don't sweat while you sleep, you can go longer. But if you're a big like sleep sweater, or you don't shower before bed, you want to wash them every like once a week kind of thing. Like it's just hygiene, right? It is what it is. But yeah, we went from the Costco / Sam's Club ones, whichever ones have like the double bands, to these, and comfortability wise, I think the bamboo ones are a little bit more silky and smooth, but like I said, they do come loose pretty often. That's the only downside I really have to them. Yeah, and that's what I was saying, Topher. If you like these sheets, like typically what me and the wife will do, we'll buy 1 pair and we'll test them, and if we like them, then we'll wait for them to go on sale to buy a second pair so we can rotate them. I didn't really like silk sheets. I've tried actual silk sheets and I didn't like it. I felt like I was gonna slide out of bed, and I got really hot. You fell out of bed too, bro. They were so slippery. God, dude, I felt like I was. I mean, I don't sleep naked or anything, but I'm damn near close to it, right? And I just slide all over the fucking place. Bro, bro, silk pajamas on silk sheets. That's just like you're like barefoot on ice. Oh my God, Topher. I don't know if it happened where you live, but today, me and the wife, we were gonna go to Sam's Club, pick up some things, right? But we decided to stop at McDonald's first, and we ate. We hung out with her parents or her mom for a little while, and then when we were leaving, I heard the weirdest noise. I opened the door. I was like, "What the fuck is that noise?" And it was little tiny hail balls. Like, when I mean hail balls, I mean like they were like a little bit bigger than the size of sand, of not sand, but like it kind of looked like salt, right? But it was big salt. It wasn't like hail where it was gonna hurt you. It kind of just felt like someone was pouring salt on us. But it was just, you could hear it tinking on the roof and the windows, and it's just the little tinks everywhere. And what the fuck? That shit's fucked, right? So we get in the car. Yeah, it was literally frozen rain. It was crazy. And so, we get in the car, and Sam's Club's literally across the street. So we go to Sam's Club, we get gas, we pull into the parking spot, we go inside. We come out like an hour and a half later because we're just walking around, looking at everything, just kind of moseying around, pass the time, getting our steps in for the morning. And go outside, bro. And okay, so I only wear New Balance tennis shoes, right? Ever since I was in the military, I've only worn New Balance tennis shoes. They're just comfortable. They fit my feet right, and once I find something that works for me, I stick to it. So, all right, we'll get back to the newer conversation in a minute, puppy. I kind of get on tangents, but anyway, so we're walking out to the car, and it's not hailing anymore, but the entire world is covered in a sheet of ice. The ground, the cars, the signs, everything has ice dangling from it. The fucking road is completely a sheet of ice. And I have zero grip on these shoes. Literally, I'm not exaggerating, Topher. These New Balance shoes have zero fucking grip. They are not meant to walk on anything slippery. Period. And they're mesh shoes on top of all that, right? Anyway, so I'm walking, and I've already had problems like shoveling snow with these shoes before because I just slide like I'm on ice, right? Anyway, I'm walking, and then I start slipping. I'm trying to walk, but every time I take a step, my foot slips out from behind me and like slides behind me, and my other foot slides forward. And I'm walking and I'm slipping and sliding the whole way. And then I just start, my feet just start going like 1,000 different directions. I'm trying to like maintain balance without busting my ass. And I finally like caught myself. I'm like, all right, we're good. And I tried to move again, and I kept sliding and slipping. And bro, I'm not kidding you. I think I slip and slided like a good 30-40 yards all the way to the car. Like every time I tried to take a step, I would slide like 3 feet while my feet are just going 100 different directions. And I turn around, and there was this like moving van like creeping behind us because we're like walking down the parking lot. And there's these two guys dying laughing in their truck watching me slip and slide all the way down the parking lot. And the one guy has his phone out, and he's like talking to somebody on it and showing him what I was. Bro, it was so funny. I was dying laughing. The wife was laughing at me. I'm trying not to die, and these guys are dying laughing and watching me almost bust my ass for a good 10 minutes trying to get to the car. Oh my god, it was so funny. I'm not even exaggerating, Topher. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna try and find a video really quick. Because I didn't fall, which was the funny part. You know what's really funny, Topher? I typed in slipping on ice in Google. Everything I'm seeing is ice agents slipping on ice. It's kind of funny. Like, like ice slipping on ice. Like, ice agent slipping on ice. That's all I see. Like, why? Like it's kind of funny, not gonna lie. Uh, all right. This is kind of what it looked like. Kind of what it looked like, bro. This is what it looked like. Trying to walk on the fucking. I didn't fall, but that's literally what it looked like. I was like, oh, hey, this might be a video of me. That might be a video of me. That's literally what it looked like, dude. It was so fucking. I gotta go pee. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. But anyway, so back to the New World conversation. So like I was saying before, puppies, like there's a lot of things about New World I wish were better. Like they could have streamlined a lot of things. They could have made things a little bit more. I would say less tedious and more enjoyable. But the main thing that I hated about New World, literally the only thing that like really grinded my gears the most about New World, was sometimes the animation locks and the clunkiness of the movements really pissed me the fuck off. Right? But the reason I never mained New World and the reason why I always got bored of New World is because the end game loop of the grind was purely PvP focused. And I don't have a problem with that, right? I know what I'm getting into. I understand it's a PvP focused game. Perfectly acceptable. People play what they're going to play, right? People that like PvP, perfect game for you, right? Martin Short, I don't. Not off the top of my head. I don't know who that is, Tover. So that's kind of like the problem I have is like when I play a game, I play it a decent amount to kind of see, does this game have a decent in-game loop that I could find? Tree Amigos? Oh, I'd have to see a picture. I'm really bad with names. I'm more of a visual person. So that's why I've played so many like free-to-play MMOs and like any MMO I can pretty much get my hands on. I try to like play them because I want to find one that has an in-game loop that I can really like enjoy and get behind. The reason I played so much of BDO is because their in-game loop, they have two, right? They have PvP focus / combat focus, right? And then they have PvE focused, which is all professions and life skilling, which is wild. And this is why I really highly recommend, if you haven't tried BDO, I would wait for it to go 90% on sale and buy it for $1. It's a $10 game, just like Quinfall, and it goes on sale for 90% off all the time. It also goes free once or twice a year as well. You can play the free trial as well up to a certain point or whatever. But that game, it's beautiful. I think the graphics, in my opinion, are better than New World's if you play on high graphics. And the combat is much more fluid and fast-paced. That's the only downside I could say is it's a very fast-paced, fluid, mobility-based combat system. And the combat is a lot more in-depth than New World. New World is very basic. You got heavy attack, you got light attack, and you got Styx abilities, right? With two weapons. In BDO, you can technically have 2 weapons on a character between your succession weapon and your awakened weapon, but typically you just stay in one weapon unless you're playing awakened and your rotation requires you to swap weapons to use different abilities. But there's a lot more abilities. And it's played more of like Tekken than it is played with press Q, R, F, right? It is more like W plus right click is one ability. You know, A plus left click is a different ability. D plus right click is another ability, right? It's like, it's a button combination that does an ability. So it's a lot of muscle memory and memorizing of, you know, kind of feeling out the combination of abilities to use in specific orders and learning that. It's a lot more in depth, right? And obviously when it comes to PvP, you're not doing a specific rotation per se as you are a priority list. You know, maybe you need to do a grapple to catch somebody and stun them on the ground to do a DPS combo, or you need to use an ability to have a forward guard to block incoming damage, or super armor to avoid being stunned yourself. Like, there's so many abilities and so many different priorities to use depending on if you're doing PvP or PvE, and there's different rotations for each one of them. But then you also have a massive PvE section of open world bosses, mob grinds for loot drops and gear enhancements. But the downside is you're stuck to a class, right? That's the biggest downside. Is in New World, one of the things I really love about it is you're not stuck to a class. You're stuck to a character that could be anything. And BDO, you have to make a lot of characters because each character has its own specialization. That's the biggest downside that I can really see about it. But it's definitely got a lot more to offer. like I said, the combat is a little bit, it's more fast paced, but it's a lot more smooth. It's a lot more enjoyable in my opinion. The graphics are better, if not the same. It is less group oriented PvE aspects. But the PvP is basically on par with New World because, well, like what you do with the, like, because you take over territory kind of the same way. You do guild versus guild to fight for like towns and settlements and things like that, so you can like obtain taxes and stuff like that from certain towns. Like, so that's still a thing. You can do guild versus guild stuff. You can do wagon transports from one town to another. You do open world bosses. You can do guild world bosses. You can do open world PvP. You can, you know, since the game is 100% open world PvP, you can fight anybody anywhere if you really wanted to. And there's like a lot of caveats to the systems and stuff. Like I said before, you are locked to a character, and you know, if you want to play another character, you got to make, you know, if you want to play a different like build or a bit different style, you have to make a different character that's that character. Because like I said, if you play an archer, you're an archer. If you want to play a berserker, you have to play a berserker. But they have a tagging system, so if you have a main character that you've played and you geared them up really high, you can tag another character, and the gear actually is not converted, but it counts for both characters. It's kind of cool. So technically, you can have two characters as your mains, one for PvP and one for PvE, and you only have to focus on gearing one of them, which is kind of cool. Now, if you want a third character, you have to actually gear the third character, which is kind of annoying, but is what it is. But they have weapon conversion tickets that you can get from events and stuff. So if you wanted to switch to a different character as a main, you can do a weapon conversion ticket and switch it to a different character type to play a different character. You'd still have the one character at a high level, but he wouldn't have the gear anymore. It'd be on another character. Like I said, there's a lot of caveats to that game, but Quinfall, I feel like, is a hybrid between New World and Black Desert. It has the PvE like grinding and professions and stuff like BDO to a point. It's not as in depth, but to a point it does have it. But it has, like I said, stiffer and clunkier combat than both of them currently because it's new. Like I said, I think with the more polish and more time and cook time in the pot, it will get better and better. It'll get more fluid and more continuously better in general. But you're not locked to a class. It's like New World's like talent tree, where it's weapon based, whatever weapon you have on, but you level the weapons like in Throne of Liberty, where, well, it's kind of a hybrid between Throne of Liberty and New World. So you have to use the weapon to get levels in it, to put the levels into talents inside the weapon like New World. But to increase the level of the talents inside the weapon, you need books like in Throne of Liberty. So it's kind of a hybrid deal. And that's the one thing I could say about Quinfall, is they kind of hybrided a lot of game mechanics together, right? So like they took BDO like PvE aspects, and they took BDO's non-server lock and did server instances instead, where you have PvP instances and you have PvP and PvE instances that are separate, which is kind of nice. So if you're playing, it's not like WoW back in the day, WoW, where if you're playing on server A, you can't interact with people on server B, right? Obviously, eventually WoW made it to where you can kind of zone into different servers if you invite people from different servers to your party or your friends list or whatever. That kind of made things better. And then they did groups, so server groups instead, which is another cool thing. But then that is just a whole layering instance thing is just really weird and wonky, because like you could be in an area that no one's in, and then you can layer into another instance, and there's a lot of people just sitting there PvP. Like, it's just really wonky. I didn't really enjoy the idea of like the layering. Yeah, like they cross-realmed everything, and that's cool. But at that point, why have separate servers? Just have one main server with instances, right? Like, not instances per se, but channels, right? Just specifically like BDO, right? BDO has North America server, but that North America server has like 15 or 20 different channels that are all named differently, so you can change to different channels, but you're still on the same server. And the server basically just means everybody that's on NA can hang out with each other, right? If you and your friends want to go and do something, you guys change to the same channel and you play on it. The auction house and the marketplace is all shared on NA completely, instead of, you know, hey, this server has an auction house for itself, but the other server has auction house for itself, and like having multiple auction houses with different like supplies and demand, it makes things wonky. I don't know. I don't really like it. But either way, I would say I agree, Puppy, that if you're having fun with the game and you're still having fun with it, play it until you're not, and ride it till the wheels fall off, and then switch, or don't switch. Obviously, if nothing catches your eye, nothing catches your eye. But I would say while you're enjoying playing New World, I would keep your eye on some games and follow them for a while, just to kind of have food for thought, and maybe test them out if they become free, or they have a free weekend or a demo, or, you know what I mean? Give them a shot when it gets closer towards, you know, New World's going to be dead, if no one's going to pick it up, or it's going to actually shut the doors. So that way you're not waiting until it closes to make the choice. I mean, obviously personal preference. If you want to wait until it finally closes before you actually do the research, then, you know, by all means. I was just saying, like, while you're sitting here chilling, playing New World, you can have a stream up of someone playing one of the games, or both the games, or whatever, and kind of just watch someone play it for a while and kind of get a feel for, like, the game, right? What it has to offer, what it looks like in different scenarios, and different things that it has to offer, just so you can have the information, you know, kind of compiled, and you can make a sound, informed decision on if you want to try a game or not. It's kind of like what I do with a lot of MMOs, is I'll watch a lot of people play it, and I'll gather, like, just information from watching visually, and I'll listen to, like, their thoughts and their you know, answering people's questions in chat, and the way they describe the game and the words that they choose to use to describe the game. I take all that information to myself, and I'm just like, all right, well, this is what they say, this is what this person say. I kind of combine some of the information, what I can find on Google, and, you know, kind of come to a general consensus between multiple different forms of sources to figure out, like, what the general consensus of the game is before I make a decision if I'm going to try it or not. And also, like, it just, does it appeal to me aesthetically? If I'm watching someone play it, does that look fun? Does that look pleasing, right? Because at the end of the day, like, when it comes to BDO, for example, one of the biggest questions is, what character do I play? Just like any other MMO, right? It's like, people are like, hey, what class should I play? What build should I build? You know what I mean? Like, people want to know what the metas are. People want to know what's strong, what's not strong. It's kind of the same thing with BDOs. Like, people are like, what should I play? And it's like, well, it just depends on what you like, right? And at the end of the day, it's the same thing. It's like, what do I enjoy looking at, right? Do I enjoy looking at a Warhammer heavy attack spamming nonstop, or do I enjoy watching a rapier pokey, right? Just, you gotta find what is enjoyable for you to stare at for long term. Me personally, I like female characters. That's simple. I'm a very simple creature of habit. I like mobility damaging skills, so skills that do damage while moving, and I like female characters. It's nothing to do with, like, anything sexual or anything. Like, it's not that I want to stare at their boobs or anything like that. It's purely, like, aesthetically, I like their clothes more. Like, they're a lot more flashy, they're a lot more, like, interesting looking, right? They're not as masculine and kind of just, like, big and bulky. They're just a lot more fluid and fluidity. Like, they go with the movement a lot more, especially if you have good physics in the game. Watching the clothes fly around while the character's doing crazy stuff is really cool. Jiggle physics is always cool, but it's not really, you never notice it when you're doing combat. So, like I said, it's not really that kind of female thing. But I do enjoy the more dainty body frames. I like seeing a smaller character model. Like, when you're going up against a massive dragon and you just see, like, this little, like, gnome elf or something, you know what I mean? Like, this little gnome or this little dwarf going up against, like, fucking Illidan. You know, it's kind of fucking hilarious. And it's the same style with, like, other games that are more, like, every model is kind of, like, the same. But if you pick the more dainty model, it's just, I don't know, it's just something I enjoy. I like more dainty models than I do, like, big, bulky, just massive, muscle-bound freaking dudes, right? It's just, I don't know. Now, some of the gear does look sick on bigger people. Like in WoW, for example, I played an orc and some characters just because the gear looked so good on the orc, right? And then sometimes the gear looked bad on an orc, but it looked great on a cow, right? Nothing looked good on a troll. Like on a male troll, they look fucking awful. Now the female troll looked pretty good in some gear, but fucking male troll looked like donkey duty. There are some games, but once again, you're going to be giving something up, right? Like no game is going to have 100% of everything New World has, right? The only game that is close currently is Quinfall. And the only reason I say that is because it has a little bit of everything from every game. That's the ambition Quinfall has right now, and it's wild. But like I said, it needs cook time. So I'm hoping by the time New World dies, if it does, Quinfall's had enough cook time to basically surpass it. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that the cook time that it has before New World dies gives it enough time to add the content in the roadmap and fix the combat to be smooth. If that is a reality that can happen, it could definitely beat New World because it has everything New World has. It has territory fighting, aka wars, so you can fight for territory. Well, it's going to. That's in the roadmap. It's going to have territory fighting. It's going to have housing systems, right? Which it currently does have. It has guilds, right? It has guild versus guild stuff. So it has everything New World has, but it has more, right? It also has the life staff. It has a sword and shield. It has like 7 other. I think it has like 13 weapons right now. Between daggers, dual crossbows, bows, mage staff. I think they only have one mage staff right now. I think it's called an arcane staff. They have one healing weapon right now. They have one sword and shield right now. But everything else is like warhammer, spear, dual axes, you know. They have a ton of different weapons. Like I said, you can switch between them. It's just leveling them up takes some time, right? Because you gotta use the weapon to level it like New World, so you can put points into your talent tree because they have 2 talent trees, just like New World. I don't know if you can combine the 2 weapon trees like in New World, but they do have 2 weapon trees. And then, like I said, you also have to farm books, like in Throne and Liberty, to level those abilities up. On top of, it's like it levels the grade of it, but then you need the levels to level. Like there's 2 different types of leveling in that game when it comes to your weapons. But you can level all the weapons in the game, and you can swap between them as long as, you know, your gear, once again, is slotted to switch between those builds, right? So one build might be crit focused, one build might be, I don't know, fucking attack speed focused. I don't know. You know what I mean? So like the stats on the gear might vary, just like New World, to a point. But they also have like talent points or stat points when you level. They also have armor weights, right? So they have light, medium, and heavy, but they're called slightly different. But they have the same style of weighted systems for the gear. The backpacks are their BDO style, which is similar to New World. So New World isn't so much item slot based; it's just weight based. This game is weight plus item slot based, so it is slightly different. We're back, gotta do chores. All right, sounds good. Topher, I appreciate you, man. I'll see you when you get back. So I would definitely agree. It would be hard to find a game that gives you everything that New World has, but there are games out there that are very close, but they are lacking something, right? They are always, like, every game will be lacking something another game has, because every game does things differently, and some games focus on one thing over another, and some games have stuff other games don't have. It's just nature of the way people make games, and it's fine. Like I said, I know I keep harping on the one game, but it's the only game that comes to mind. I've played so many games, and I agree, New World has something other games do not. But I also agree that I get bored of this game because the endless loops at the end of the game are very boring for me, personally. The only reason I can endlessly play this game currently on as an Ironman specifically, because I can grind for very long periods of time, leveling up professions and farming out trophies and my armor sets for my professions. Like, it just, there's a lot of stuff to put into place to min max, and it's kind of nice. But once you get that kind of finish, there's nothing left to do but PvP. Anyway, we're gonna hit another ad. We'll wait a few minutes. We'll continue on conversation. But yeah, puppy, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, like I said, keep playing New World, keep enjoying it. Fingers crossed. Hope to God, or whatever you hope to. You know, pray to the atmosphere, the universe. It doesn't really matter, and hope that it possibly survives and goes forward and someone takes it up. But at the worst case, I mean, like I said, I would look into other games if it's something you're interested in. Just kind of keep your ear to the ground, kind of monitor them, and just kind of see if anything piques your interest. Because, like I said, there's not a lot of action combats. So, I don't know. We'll wait for the ad to finish. You fucking bite me, you stupid wolf. I swear. Thank you. About to snap, bro. Okay, you wanted to send me encyclopedias. Oh, that guy. Oh, shit. Okay. Interesting. That sucks. That's unfortunate. Making huge progress. Oh, God. Yeah, I think I strained my tendon this morning when I was doing my workout. My tendon's been bothering me all day. I was like sleeping and it was just like twingy, you know? It's like a little achy all the way up the side of my leg. Like from my ankle all the way up to like halfway up halfway up to my knee. Just had like this ache. Super annoying. Ugh. Alright, ad should be over soon. Alright. So ad should be over, and I'll just continue on with what I was saying. But like, yeah, puppy, like, what I was getting at is like, overall, I don't think very many games, if any, currently, other than Quinn World, compare to New World, because the limiting factor of tab target, 80% of games are tab target. So that alienates almost all games, right? The few that are not tab target, right? They're lacking content, right? They have a lot of stuff that they offer, but they're missing a lot of stuff that New World has, right? And this is why I was saying, this is why, like I said, I keep bringing up Quinn World, but it's honestly the truth. Like, if we look at everything that New World has to offer, like if we just go to activities first, right? Catacombs, okay, so Catacombs is the one thing I could definitely say that I think Quinn World currently doesn't have. But they have a bunch of different PvP things. So I'm pretty sure they have arenas, they have capture the flag, they have, I want to say it's similar to an outpost rush. They have King of the Hill and some other stuff. Right? They have every 2 weeks, I think they have this like ranked 1v1 battle system for the whole game. They have dungeons, different tiers of dungeons, right? So they have 4 different tiers of dungeons, so it's kind of similar to muted, I would say, but not quite as muted as the, like, I would say muteds are more in line with like heroics from World of Warcraft, which I don't think they have yet, but they do have 4 different difficulties for the dungeons. They're going to be adding raids. Soul Trials, once again, I think that's kind of not a thing. So these aren't really a thing, but they also have, like I said, tons of guild versus guild content. They have guild battles. They're gonna have territory taking over. They're gonna have sieges, like castle sieges, things like that. So like when people are fighting for territory, it's gonna be the same thing. They have open world fighting locations. I don't think they have forts to fight at, but they will have, like I said, they will have castle sieges and things like that. They have open world like treasure rooms that you can unlock and traverse and gather loot. There's grinding locations to gather loot and materials for specific areas and stuff like that, for specific loots, I think. So it's just like, I feel like Twin World is the closest thing that you're going to get. But like once I said, it needs cook time. It needs time to add the content. It needs time to polish things. It needs time to just cook. So I feel like if you give it the time that is needed while you're waiting for New World to finish, it's probably your best bet. Just keep it on your radar and watch it. And at the end of the day, what it basically just boils down to is it's only $10. So if it doesn't catch your fancy, it doesn't catch your attention, that's fine. But if at $10, it's worth trying to see if it scratches the itch, right? That's kind of like what I'm getting at. It's like, I think I'm in the same boat as what Willie's thinking, is no matter if you like it or dislike it, there's no point in not trying it for $10. Yeah, I know, you said you already bought it. I'm just saying though, like, I wouldn't play it now because you still have New World to play and it's not quite ready. Like, it's fine. It's perfectly acceptable to play. But once again, the combat is a little stale. It's a little sticky, clunky. And if that's one of your selling points, I would hold off on it. And I'd give it time to cook while you enjoy playing New World, right? Until you can't play New World anymore. Kind of like where I'm at with it. And what I would suggest. Like I said, me personally, I will get bored of New World before it's over and done with. Purely just because once I finish up a lot of these New World grinds, I'll have nothing left to do. Because I don't like the in-game loop of the game personally. But I think for you, like I said, with the added caveat that if Black Desert goes on sale for $1, once again, that is a very good value. Even if you hate the game, you play it for 10-15 hours and you hate the game, it was just $1, right? It goes on sale for $1 multiple times a year, and it also goes free to play. Like, it gives the free, completely 100% free to own forever, like once or twice a year as well. And the only reason I recommend that game is because it's been out for so long that the combat is so polished and so smooth. Honestly, I compare every combat I play to BDO. It's honestly that good. Like, I have never found a game that the combat is as smooth and enjoyable and comfortable as BDO. The added caveat to that is it's more complicated than any other combat system in any other game. So it's got double-edged swords. That's the problem I have with BDO overall, is everything in BDO that's good comes with bad, right? Everything I love about BDO has a negative side effect, right? One of the things I love about the game, I also hate about the game. Like, that's the biggest problem with most games. Like this game, I love this game, but I hate this game, right? Some of the things I love about this game are also some of the things I hate about this game. So it's one of those, do you like it more than you hate it kind of thing? Is it enjoyable? Is it worth your time? At the end of the day, you know, as I said, everybody's different. Everybody has their own criteria of what, you know, acceptability, right? What they're willing to accept, what they're willing to tolerate. And at the end of the day, if it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea. You know, if you're kind of just done with gaming until something new comes out, hey, that it is what it is. Maybe you'll come back when something brand new comes out and it fucking snags that itch you're looking for. You know what I mean? All right, sounds good, mate. Let's hope Topher comes back soon. But I mean, it is unfortunate and it does suck. I wish there was a game that was more in line with New World. So, you know, I wish there was a game that was like a fallback for New World players, right? People like in your boat, puppy. Because I'm not saying like everybody needs to be a gamer. But if you are a gamer at heart, if you do enjoy gaming, if gaming is your outlet for enjoyment in life, right? It is your hobby, it is your passion. To lose that because a game goes belly up or whatever, or closes their doors, sucks. And I don't wish that on anybody. My problem is I can't find a forever game. I have not, like I said, since I quit playing WoW, because eventually I got bored of it. Same thing with Counter-Strike. I just got bored of doing the same loop day in and day out. Since I quit those games, since I moved on, I have not been able to stick to one game for like more than a few months at a time. I just haven't. I cannot find a forever game for me. And don't get me wrong, I have like 13,000 hours in BDO. Like I said, 2/3 of them are probably AFK, maybe 3/4 of them. This game, I have almost 2,000 hours, but that's over 4 years, right? Coming back for like every expansion, every release for, you know, 200 to 500 hours each, you know, sometimes a little bit more. So I mean, like, I play a lot, but I don't stick to one game. I rotate. I get bored, I get burnt out, and I move to a different game. And then I move to another game, and then I move to another game. And I'm always trying something new, trying to keep my interest high. And it's not that I can't stay focused on things. It's not like I have, like, insane ADD or anything like that. It's just doing something every day, day in and day out, same thing, same way. You know what I mean? It just, after so long, I'm just like, okay, I know what I'm gonna wake up and do today. It's just like, that gets stale, right? And I feel like if New World had, I think the reason why New World got stale for me, like I said, other than the fact that it's PvP focused, was because the PvE focus of it had a very like hard brick wall at the end, where the only thing left to do at a certain point was just crafting best in slot gear to put on the marketplace to sell to random new players or alt characters or something. That's literally all it was. So like crafting materials or like crafting gear or, you know, leveling up professions kind of meant nothing at a certain point. Because once you have best in slot gear and you've sold a handful of them, like, you can't even hold any more fucking gold because you're at gold cap. And you're just waiting for someone to come around to finally buy those best in slot items that you have posted because you've posted so many of them. It's just, there wasn't like a lot of consumables or in-game materials that you needed to grind for. Like, I wish they would have put a little bit more effort into the professions, being like, okay, well, there's like in-game max gear stuff that you can like let's say you were like making shoulder pad, like paddings for armors to give you more stats for a short period, short duration. Okay, so similar to like potions and foods, but instead it was armor padding. So you used armor padding and you applied it to a piece of gear, and it was like a buff that would last an hour, right? Something you can put on for PvP events or, you know, wars and stuff like that. Give yourself a little bit extra stats and bonuses. That would be cool. And then to incorporate something like that into everyday grinds would be nice. So in order to obtain the materials to craft those consumable gear, consumable items for weaponsmithing, armor smithing, engineering, and stuff like that, you needed to do muted dungeons, right? You needed to do elite chest runs. You needed to do corruption portals, right? You needed to do these things to get these materials required to craft these items. And that way it would have actually given you a reason to want to do corruption portals. It would have given you a reason to want to do elite chest runs. It would have given you a reason to do muted runs after you didn't need the gear anymore and stuff like that. It would have gave that content that kind of felt stale and dead a reason to want to still play it. And that's kind of like what was missing from me from this game, is a reason to want to do dungeons, a reason to want to do chest runs, right? A reason to want to do corruption portals or to do outpost rush. Even though I hated PvP, if there was a reason to run it for certain crafting materials, I would have been running them, right? If they would have done something like that, I think it would have been sick. I also feel like with the complexity of how many armor sets there were for how many different professions, I wish they would have taken trophies a step further and gave us something akin to like armor stands, for example. Armor stands would have been sick because they would have worked like trophies, aka giving you the buff while it was active in your house without the need of having to wear the armor set. Right? And obviously only had X amount of armor stands active at a time. Same thing with like trophies and stuff like that. Maybe they were separate from each other or something. I don't know. Patch that out yourself, but like that would have been cool because then if you're out, let's say you're farming wood and ores and skinning and harvesting, like let's say you're doing all the gatherables all at one time, you don't have to have 4 different like armor presets for the different armors and the different stats required for them, right? I feel like if you were able to just, hey, I walked up to an ore but my account had the buff from it being on an armor stand, it means I don't have to make sure I'm wearing my armor, like my mining armor, to mine, right? I don't have to be wearing my fishing gear to go fishing. I don't have, you know what I mean? It would just simplify things so much. It would make it less tedious. And that's kind of what I was saying before, is like getting rid of the tediousness in games is kind of key for keeping people kind of engaged. And obviously you can add mechanics that like give you a reason to min-max, like getting a little extra efficiency for wearing the gear plus this bonus from this. So it's like it doubles the gear value of what you're wearing or something, or doubles the luck value of the armors you're wearing, you know. So you can either go really lazy about it and putting on the armor stand, or you can get like min-maxy with it and swap the gear yourself. And like the more sweaty and serious you are about min-maxing and using the tediousness to gain extra buffs and benefits, works to those people's advantages. Here to lurk. Sounds good, Gdor. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, we're up to 75 strength right now, Gdor. Just an FYI while you're lurking. So we're making some slow progress. I'm shooting for 99 strength before I work on my attack and defense, just so I can try and get more EXP rates. Yeah, so we're making some slow progress. Once we get that done, I'll probably do ranged and then magic. I just don't know how to. I think for magic, it's going to be I think magic and range are going to be slow because I think I'm going to use things that don't consume money, right? I'm going to use things that aren't going to cost me runes or aren't going to cost me bolts and stuff. Bossing streams? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Gdor. I might not stream old school RuneScape bossing. I might not. Like, it might be one of those, you get off of work, you hit me up in the Discord and you're like, hey, you want to hit this boss up a few times? I'm like, all right, sure, let's go fight the boss a few times. You know, while I'm not streaming. I think that might be mostly what it would be. Do like an off stream kind of thing. But I don't know yet. Because I still have to like learn the bosses. I still have to get the gear. I still have to get the levels. I still have to get the resources for like the foods and the potions and everything else, and learn how to actually do it. That's what I see most people doing. They use Addy or Rune arrows, and then just, or people are using a shit ton of darts. It's just, I don't like training and spending money, right? I never have. Every time I train for a profit and money. So even if it's slower, I usually just train for a profit. But yes, it would be much faster if I actually just use like decent arrows, like you said, like Addy arrows with like a magic bow. It would just be much faster. Slayer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'd have to do if I wanted to make money while training range, I'd have to do an actual combat that made money. But I was also thinking, isn't there like a charged bow or something that doesn't take arrows or anything, but it's really like low tier? It's like a tier 1 bow or something like that. I feel like it doesn't matter because the crab has 0 defense, so it doesn't matter if it's a tier 1 bow. The higher my range level, the more damage I do. I thought there was. Let's look. Old school RuneScape bows. Let's look. So they have the goblin bow, training bow, short bow, dark bow. This uses charges. I don't know what that means. Never heard of this one. Deadman starter pack? I have no idea what that is. Equal to a willow and fires its own ammunition, which is like a crystal bow. So a crystal bow could be a thing, right? But doesn't crystal bow degrade and you have to repair it? So I don't even think this is obtainable. This isn't a thing. Yeah, that doesn't count. So we have these ones. I don't know what this is, but I'm assuming it has. To use the bow, you must first be. It must first be activated with 1,000. So it costs money, right? And then configured charges will. What? So it costs money. Yeah. So it's about 2,000 per shot, or 2,000 shots per hour. Uses 1 Revenant Ether per shot. So yeah, it costs money to keep charged. That kind of sucks. Okay. And then you got Crystal, which once again it degrades, right? Because I know in RS3 there's a few weapons in the game that don't consume charges and they don't need to be repaired. Yeah, so you got a recharge price. So still got to pay to recharge those. What about this one? Is this the one you're talking about for Wildy? Oh, it's an upgraded variant, so yeah, it's like a Wildy thing. What about this one? Ridiculously expensive, probably. High tier. I'd have to get to 80 to even use this. Yeah, so this would be like something ridiculous. Yeah, this isn't even worth it. Because it looks like to make it 160 million plus 29 million just to make this. Definitely not worth it. But it would be free from 80 to 99. Well, what I mean, like, it's worth it, but I'm just saying, like, I still have to get to 80, right? I had to get from level 1 to level 80 using other means to be able to even use this bow. And then I have to have the money to buy it, right? So either way I look at it, I have to use arrows. Unless there's a crossbow. Right. That possibly doesn't use things. But yeah. So yeah, I agree. So I don't think there's anything that is like RS3 where you can not have to buy ammunition, which kind of sucks. I mean, there is, but they're higher tier and they have a repair cost. So either way, I have to spend money to do range, which sucks. Well, I never really used range to begin with. 'Cause I saw people using bone stuff. Bone bolts. I think they were using this. I saw people using stuff like this, where it took bone bolts. Is it? Okay. I don't know. Like I said, I think range is gonna suck because at least with magic, I can just put on like an air staff and I can just use air. Yeah, because like look at this. What is this? Yeah, 2,000 points for this. Um, and you can just buy from this shop. It looks like. I guess you just go down here. You probably have to do a quest for it or something. But yeah, you could technically just get it here. Really easy to obtain. And then where is how do you get these? Oh, you can buy them from the shop vendor as well. You can buy 1,000 at a time for 3 each. So like, how does this work? So you have to complete this. Oh, I guess you can use this as a defender. Interesting. So I guess as long as I do this quest, you can just buy a bunch from the shop. There's the bone bolt packs, and you can buy 80 of them. So that's like 8,000, and you can buy another 1,000. So you get like 9,000. Pretty easy, and then you just buy the like that's really cheap. So that might be what we end up having to do. So I might have to do this quest, and then get to what's it 20 something 28 range, and then just train it that way. Maybe I just go the cheap method because the thing is like I could bank stand and I could make money, and it wouldn't be a problem. I'd be able to buy all the like addy arrows and whatever I wanted to, and I'd train faster. But if I can save money just by using that instead, why not? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's just better. Granted, I don't know how many arrows I would need or bolts overall. Oh, oh. So I don't know. Maybe that's a good bow to go with. I don't know. Maybe we just use the bone crossbow and just we level up with that, and then we worry about getting like a decent bow to do bossing with after the fact. Like, cause it would be kind of nice to farm out that other bow, the one you said was worth it, the one that doesn't take any charges or repairs or anything. I feel like that would be cool because the one it takes like one item and then a crystal item to like make that version. I'm curious on where you would have to farm for that bow if it's even farmable for a player like me. I don't know. So you actually obtain it via a quest? Oh, okay. So you got to do that fight. Okay. I'm assuming it takes the quest to unlock, and then you do the fight to get the drop. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what I figured. I mean, eventually I got to get the Prif anyway. Prif is like the goated city, at least from RS3. The goat. Yeah, bro. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know much about the bossing. I would like to learn. But first things first is just leveling things up. I'm just trying to find the cheapest way to level up all our combat while being somewhat AFK, not having to put a lot of effort in, which is why I'm using the crab and trying to find the cheapest methods to get as much XP as possible. Are you chopping it to get money to get the bow, or are you chopping it because that's where the item comes from? Okay. You're just gonna buy it. Gotcha. Okay. Because yeah, you said it comes from Corrupted Gauntlet, which I'm assuming is like a really hard boss or something. Oh man. Alright, guys, we got 2.5 hours left to stream. What do you mean uses 0 supplies? Wait, what? Oh, you got me confused now. You mean you can't bring anything in with you? Oh, wow. Okay. Wait, how are you supposed to do it naked? You just punch things to death? Wait, what? I'm gonna have to look this up. What'd you call it? Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. You used to call it corrupted. So hold on, hit the wrong button. Corrupted gauntlet. I don't want a guide. I just want to see what it is. So we're talking about this, right? Wherever this is. This is where you get like the crystal stuff. But starting out, the player starts with a few items in their inventory, and they will be wielding a crystal scepter. Okay. These items are needed for exploring the rooms and collecting resources. Interesting. Demi bosses. Okay, so you get some pretty big bosses. Then you got a bunch of rooms to do different resources, it looks like. So you can farm crystal ores. I have no idea what that is. You farm this stuff up, I'm assuming to make stuff, right? Collect the resources from the permitted nodes. May award the player with crystal shard. The inner 3v3 area adjacent to the boss room is guaranteed to include 4 rooms containing each at least 3 crystal deposits. This does not apply to the Corrupted Gauntlet. The basic overview. The map consists of a 7x7 grid room. The players start adjacent to the center room that contains the Gauntlet boss. This person. The player has 10 minutes to prepare to fight this boss, which indicated by the timer. If the timer runs out, the player will automatically get teleported into the boss room. Great. A player can also choose to manually enter the boss room before the timer ends. During the 10-minute preparation time, the player may use the resources of the Gauntlet's environment to create a setup to challenge the crystal boss. The setup may consist of 3 tiers of halberds, staffs, bows, helmets, bodies, legs, as well as food and potions. Interesting. For energy and prayer points. Well, that's wild. So obviously there's a method to the madness, right? So obviously you come up with a build that you can consistently kill the boss, and every time you zone in, you have to farm the materials and the gear to get to that point, right? That's what it appears to be. So if you like need to go like full tier 3, right? Or if you need to go like full tier 2, whatever it is. Or if you're going with like a different type of like armor or whatever, right? Interesting. This sounds cool. Sounds difficult to learn, but it sounds dope. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Like, this quest already sucks. I've done it on RS3 and I fucking hated it. But that's really cool. Yeah, it fucking blows. I fucking hate that quest. With a passion. Like I said, I did it in RS3 and it fucking sucked alone, let alone in old school, where there's not as many teleports. Alright, really? That's funny. Holy hell, man. So, Puppy, got a question for you. Since if you're still chilling, um, your New World account, um, have you ever tried an Ironman version through it? Like, I'm just kind of curious on like what all you've done. Like, if you just one character playthrough and you just like you log in and just do a lot of war stuff, like, what exactly do you like do in the game?
Would you like a cup of water?
Kind of
Zero
curious.
thirsty
Yo,
as
Gino,
fuck
thanks for the
right now.
hydrate. Let's go. So you're about to get hit with an ad, so we'll wait. But yeah, I'm just kind of curious. Like, have you fully completed like a character? Like, do you have all like do you have like all of the ultimate trophies? Do you have all of like the cooking recipes? Do you have all of like the instrument patterns and stuff? Nice. All right, I'm gonna go. While we're on an ad, I'm gonna go upstairs and take care of something real quick. So give me a minute. Oh, all right, back. You know, I kind of really fucking despise the the new commercial like guidelines for Twitch. Like before, it was 3 minutes of ads every hour, and that was tolerable. Once an hour, we played 3 minutes of ads, perfectly fine. It worked out great. But now it's 5 minutes of ads every hour. And the issue is you can only schedule a max of 3 minutes of ads at a time. So it forces you to either A, do 2.5 minutes of ads every 30 minutes, or 3 minutes of ads every 36 minutes. And it's really fucking frustrating. Because at least once an hour wasn't too terrible. You played 3 minutes of ads, or in this case, like, let's say you played 5 minutes of ads, and then 55 minutes later, we would do it again. So we get a whole like hour to like chat, do things, and then we just get one bathroom break, right? Now it's 36 minutes. Hey, gotta take a break. Oh, 36 minutes, take a break. Oh, 36 minutes, take a break. Like, really, really frustrating. So I don't know if they've changed it since I last tinkered with it, but God, bro, we should be able to play all 5 minutes of ads once an hour. I shouldn't be forced to set it to 36 minutes or something. Like, that's just ridiculous. It's so fucking frustrating. Like, it's so annoying. Like, let me just play 5 minutes of ads once an hour. Like, yeah, that's a lot of ads, right? But having one ad break an hour is so much more convenient than having almost 2 ad breaks an hour. So fucking frustrating. Pisses me off. But anyway, we should be back from the ad. But anyway, so yeah, puppy. So you're saying you have 2 characters that are like basically fully maxed out? Like you have bisque gear, you have maxed out professions, you have all 9 ultimate trophies, all the like the cooking recipes and the like the instrument recipes. 'Cause that's crazy. Some of those instrument recipes are wild. Now, you obviously said you're not Iron Man, but you did mostly play solo. Which means that you could have, in theory, bought some of the items needed for your ultimates or some of the like recipes, which is possible. But that's still kind of insane because there's some like instrument recipes that are really expensive because they're really rare. And then obviously like getting legendary trophy materials, some of those can be pretty rare and expensive, you know, like the precision armoring tools and stuff. Like those can be pretty pricey sometimes, 10 to 20k, you know. That's not super expensive or anything, but it's not super cheap either. That's still pretty impressive. You know what we should get you into, puppy? We should get you into Eidolon. You should play an idle game with us. Join, be one of us. One of the most sweaty sweat lords of idle games I've ever seen. The only idle game that you play pretty much fully active. It's fucking wild. But anyway, what's everybody up to? I know Cobra went to do chores. Mate's chilling. Theodore's lurking. Puppy's chilling. Yeah, he said he was doing chores. I don't know how long he's gonna be. I mean, we can always just relay it to him later. Oh, mate, I got my first tier 8 plant last night, or this morning, I should say. And I'm torn if I continue to push for tier 9, or if I put tier 9 on hold and just do tier 8 plants first, and then work on my palette for a little while, and then once I unlock the tier 10 plants, then try and unlock tier 10 plants. Like tier 9 and tier 10 plants. I'm kind of torn on how I want to do it. But I got my first tier 8. Pretty stoked about that. But I think I should probably put tier 9s on hold. Maybe even I put tier 8s on hold personally until I grow my farming plots. Because I think I just need to discover more plants. Like, I think what I'm going to do, mate, I think what I'll do actually is I'm going to finish unlocking all of my crop plots. I'm going to just focus on that like I have been. Once I have all crop plots unlocked, I think I'm just going to unlock as many plants as possible. Like, absolutely as many plants as possible. And then once I have every plant that I can unlock done, I think what we'll do is we'll collect all the beans and start back over, right? We'll just get a bean collection, level up a bunch of our bean collector stuff, and then we'll start back over and we'll do like what 5,000 or one claim of every plot all the way down again, and we'll start leveling up our day market again. I think that might be what we do. That way I have all the crops unlocked so I can get some some gaming Evo chance increasements. I think that might be what we do before I work on tier 9 and 10 plants. I think that's a better plan for me. Since I have such little amounts of total plants unlocked, so I have like 60 something plants or 70 something plants. I think it's not worth me trying to push with such little amounts of crop Evo or gaming Evo. Got you. Yeah, I'm pretty close to having all plots unlocked. I'm on the last row, right? You know, the top row. I don't have any plots on the top row, but I have all of them unlocked up to the top row. I have a few more unlocks to do. I don't know how many I have via the day market. But I'm currently at... How many plots do I have? Doctor doesn't actually say it. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6, 12, 18, 24, 25, 26, 27. I have 27 right now. I don't know what the max is, but I have 2 more plots to unlock here. Technically, I think 3, because I think I'm buying 18, buying 19. I think I have to buy 20, or it's 2 more. I don't know. It's either 2 or 3 more. Oh, so it's only 2. So yeah. So I have 2 more plots here, and then obviously the last couple are gym slots. So I need some gems to finish those up, but 2 more unlocks, which is this crop and then that crop, which is we're currently unlocking this one. If I actually would log into the game, I could get this one, and then I have to go to this, and then I got 2 more plots, and I'll be on this. Once I have this one, I think I'm just going to push. So I'll probably take some of my crops off, like 1 row of crops, and I'll do mushrooms to push mushrooms while I finish sushi with the so first row will probably be sushi, second row probably mushrooms, and the third row will be glassies. And then once sushi's done, I'll switch to glassies, right? Because glassies I think is gonna take me a while. I could do first row metal, and I could try and get some metal ones done using my Instagrows every day. And then once mushrooms are done, switch those to glassies, but I don't know yet. You have 9 out of 12 in gym shop. Yeah, I don't know how many I have. I could look, but I'll do that later. But yeah, we're almost done with that. That's what I was thinking. And then I'll unlock as many plots as I can. And then I'll do a bean reset, I think. And then, like I said, then I'll start over on the first crop, and I'll get all the whatchamacallits that I can. I'll get the like 1 claim through or whatever. To get the overgrowth speeds and the growth speeds and crop evo chances or whatever it is that those bonuses are. So we'll get those. We'll get like a 2k of each or 5k of each or whatever it is, 1k of each. I'll push through all those, and then we'll get down into like the glassies and the metal ones, and we'll keep pushing after that. But like I said, I want to get as many as I can done quickly and easily. Before I like put effort into non 100% chance ones, right? So we'll probably just push all the 100% chance ones or the like 80% plus ones. So I'll do those probably, and then once we get to below 80% chance on, maybe below 50% chance or below 60% chance, I don't know yet, whatever I feel comfortable with, then we'll do a bean reset, and then we'll push those ones that we weren't able to get done easily after that. Yeah, I can. Gonna get back to farming this. Like I said, I'll deal with it later. It's not a big deal. Oh man. Oh puppy. Well, I got you here. I do have a crafting question. If I was to make a bag using a prismatic scarab, is that like guaranteed 700 gear score? Or do I still need everything? Like, I need the armor, the jewelry, the trophies, the food, the city buff. Like, do I need all of that to still hit 700 gear score with a prismatic craft? I've never done prismatic crafts before, so that's what I'm asking. Why am I not seeing any of these world boss spawns? I don't see them. Interesting. All right. Oh, making progress. We're almost 3 a.m., so we got about 2 hours left. We're almost at 400 cinnabar. Yesterday we had a little over 600, so we're shooting for another 600. Hopefully we can hit 190 weaponsmithing today. And then, obviously I won't be streaming the next couple days, just for an FYI for everybody. I'll be working, and then this weekend, we're taking a break from New World just for the weekend because we're doing community night. Depending on what games were voted for and who all actually wants to come and play, we'll be playing whatever game was voted on, or if no one decided they wanted to actually come and play on community night and no games were voted on, we'll just play New World. We'll play that by ear. We won't know until this weekend. But yeah, weekend when we do stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's like I said, it's gonna be community night, so it could be New World, but it might be something else. But then come next week when we get back to streaming, Wednesday and Thursday, it will be definitely New World. So the hope is Wednesday and Thursday, at bare minimum, Wednesday and Thursday of next week, when we come back to New World, we should be able to hit 200 weapon crafting, which would be awesome. Be a huge relief of our progress. And then we can get started on our next thing, which I think is going to be jewel crafting. 200 jewel crafting is going to suck. Also, pushing it to 250 isn't reliable via cave, so I don't know how we're going to go to 250 easily. It's all good, mate. All good. I haven't even looked at it yet. If I'm being completely honest, I have no idea what the vote's even looking like. I haven't voted. I never vote on those myself. I just let you guys vote, but I haven't even looked at it yet. You didn't vote this time? Hey, it's all good, Dover. Like I said, I have no idea what we're going to play. I wish we had another game like we did last time, Tover, where we just jumped into a random MMO together. That was really fun. Like, what did we play? We played Eater Spire and another one. Or Inner Spire, or whatever it was called. Those were pretty fun. Like, I low-key had an urge to play that some more. The one MMO that we played together. Which one was it? I think it was this one. Oh no, I don't think it was that one. It was the one that we all hated. I low-key had an urge to keep playing it. What was the other one? Do you remember what it was called? I play so many games, it's not gonna really be there. Like I don't even know what curse. I've never played this. I have no idea why this is even there. Um. Oh, Fantasy Online. It was here. I didn't think it would. I thought it wouldn't be there. Yeah, I actually low key had an urge to play this some more. Even though it was dog shit. It was like a crapshoot and a half. I had a big urge to play it. I don't know why. Let's read what Mate wrote. Tier 3 tiny cog. Let's go. Build rate. That's insane. And 2 strong pallet. Atom collider cost and prism bubble. Ooh. Only 9 pallets left to unlock. Hell yeah, let's go. 200 Q. That's crazy. Let's go. That's insane. Yeah, congrats. I got a tier 1 cog that you guys saw yesterday. And then I got a tier 2 flag rate cog right after. So I got a tier 1 flag rate and I got a tier 2 flag rate. Bro, tier 3 EXP cog? That's wild. Oh. That's crazy. You guys are posting so much shit. I just skipped past it. Yeah, 2.75 times. So you went from 16.6, 45.6. That's fucking crazy. That's wild. I really need to take Eidolon a little seriously because with the new stuff from World 7, I have not checked them. I haven't been doing my depth charges every day. I haven't even been checking my observations every day. I haven't messed with my research in like 2 or 3 days. I haven't done any of that stuff. I've literally just been sitting on gaming and not moving. I'm just cranium cooking at fucking penguins while farming the quest item and just gaming. That's all I've done. Yeah, unlocking the flags faster would be cool. That's kind of like why I'm okay with the flag rate ones. Yeah, you said them the other day. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I have it pinned. I pinned it when you sent it the first day. I already did pin it. I pinned that, and I pinned the location of all the observations. What do you mean you don't see it pinned? Like, pen? Oh, well, I thought I pinned it. Oh, I pinned this when I went to pin this. I forgot to click the pin on this one. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I went to pin this one, and I pinned this one instead, and I wanted to pin both of them, but I only pinned one of them, and then I pinned this one. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought I pinned all three of them. That was my bad. Yeah, yeah, it's all good, all good. Yeah, I just forgot to click the third pin. That's why. Thank you. Lose all, bro. What do you mean lose all brain cells? I already lost them all. I don't have any more to lose. Thanks, mate. Oh man, oh man. Oh. Alright guys, 2 hours left to grind. Yeah, I kind of wish we had a new game to try out for Community Nightover. What the hell? That's interesting. Oh, that reminds me, you sent me a video yesterday that I never got to watch yet. Because I got on the computer late, I got on the computer and I was about to jump on stream and I didn't want to like play the video right at the beginning of stream because I wanted to be able to hear it. I never watched the video you sent me in Discord yesterday. I didn't even know what it was. Well, that's why I wanted to watch it with the sound on, because you said it was funny. So I wanted to like watch it with the sound on, but I was streaming and I didn't want to like blast it into the stream. Sound doesn't matter, okay. fucking priceless. Yo, that is awesome. I'm not gonna lie. That's fucking funny. Cause you know that girl was like, oh, this guy's so nice. I'm so appreciative. Thank you so much. You eat my lunch. And then he walks off with the pizza. I fucking love it, dude. It's like when you're like at the grocery store and you're like a couple dollars short or whatever. You left your wallet. And it's like $10 or whatever, and the guy behind you is like, "Oh, it's fine, it's fine. I'll pay for it. You know, like the nice person in line, right?" That's what you think you're about to see, and then he takes the fucking pizza. Oh, I love it. So good. See, that could have went multiple ways though. He could have just took half the pizza. He could have sat down and tried to like make a play, like, flirting with her or whatever. Like, he could have went so many different directions with it, but the way he did it was fucking awesome. He didn't give no fucks. He's like, hell yeah, this pizza looked fire. My problem is he couldn't even see the pizza really. So why would he get up to pay for someone's pizza that he doesn't even know what's on it? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where I'm just like, it seems staged, obviously, but fucking hilarious either way. Maybe he wanted to do it just to see just to fucking piss her off. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, maybe it wasn't about the pizza, it was about doing that to her, right? Because she was probably, like, all, like, obviously she looked like she was all, like, prepped up, right? Like, she had the makeup on, she had the low-cut shirt on, she was, like, cleavage everywhere, she thought she was all that in a bag of chips. Like, you can see the way she was, like, holding her card with her fingers and stuff, like, she thought she was hot shit. So he probably just really wanted to fucking stick it to her. It's so good, dude. Oh, man. Like, my question is, how do you go out to eat like that? Have two different cards, right? Probably a debit card and a credit card. And not know that you have no money to pay for that. All plans get minimum blue bits. Let's go! Mate, that's huge. I don't know if my tier 1 plants get blue bits. But I have so much growth speed that I don't really ever hit a tier 1 plant. So, I will say I get a minimum of 1 blue bit pretty much every time I click one. But I never have tier 1 plants. So, like, even with palette off, I get 1 blue bit off of like the lowest tier plant that I hit. Oh, I'm not talking about the base, Tover. I'm talking about like when I actually click on like a low tier plant, I get 1 blue bit. My base is way lower than yours, but I still get 1 blue bit off of it with all my percentages and stuff. 769, let's go. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Not gonna lie, that's one of my favorite dad jokes. T1 gives you 148? How do you even see a T1 plant? Because don't you have so much growth speed that you just skip tier 1s? I don't think I've had a tier 1 plant in God knows how long. Really? What's your growth speed with it? I mean, 4 seconds though. Like, you should hardly ever hit a tier 1 plant with 4 seconds. I mean, 19 seconds I could understand seeing a tier 1 plant. But I feel like with the delay between like the plant spawning and your 4 seconds, Tover, I feel like you should never see a tier 1 plant. Unless you get like a really unlucky crop evo. Like I said, with 20 seconds, I can see it, mate. Like, the intervals at which it spawns the plants, because it's not going to spawn it, you know, every 4 seconds. Like, it's got a spawn interval of, like, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds or something like that. Because it gives it enough time for you to claim all your plants with the harvest all button. I think there's like a 10-second delay between spawns. So if you have less than a 5-second spawn timer, I feel like it has 2 growth cycles at minimum. And you should never hit a tier 1 plant with less than 5 seconds. Unless you, like I said, unless you get an unlucky Evo on a plant. So I can see it, I guess. I don't know, I never really paid attention on how it was on. But yeah, for mate, I can definitely see it. 20 seconds makes sense. You can easily hit tier 1 plant. You beat the mob territory? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, Topher, did you ever try the mob territory? After we were talking about it yesterday? Did you attempt? Oh, I didn't put it in Discord. We put it in chat. We said it verbally multiple times. I didn't see you ask for it in Discord. I heard you say, "Oh, what's the?" I heard you ask what it was, like what the layout was, but I didn't hear you say, "Put it in Discord." Oh, I mean, I was arguing with Fip about his setup versus my setup. Sorry. Yeah. When I even pulled mine up and I showed it to you, like I went to World 4, I went to town and I pulled up mine and I showed you what I was using. Oh, like I said, that was already after we had, but yeah, that was what after we had already been arguing about it for like an hour. But if you want to go really quick, I can just tell you. It's really easy. It's just, I said, there is a little RNG with getting it started though. So if you fail the beginning, you just restart a few times until it finally starts working. And honestly, you want to do it at a time period where you're able to AFK for a little while. It's that comp, but I do it in a different order, mate. I don't know what it is about that comp or that order, but I always had a problem with that order. I always failed a lot. And also, Topher, with it, keep this in mind as well as a caveat that some of those things can be like swapped out. Like for example, you don't have to use Rattler, right? If you'd rather, you could use Peapod instead to get faster procs from the refillers, so your looter goes off more often. To use looter procs to gain more damage, you could do that. Especially if you have a higher damage modifier for your Peapod. Like if you have a high like mob power or whatever for your Peapod. If your Peapod's like 500,000 power or something like that, then you know Peapod probably be better than Rattler. And if you want to be more nukey, right? You can drop a looter. and you can use just nuke instead. That way, you get AoE damage every time it procs. But you won't be able to, with that in mind, like, you'd have to have a high damage nuker, or you'd have to run Rattler instead of Peapod, because you need to stack damage from Rattler. So I don't know, it's personal preference. Because then you won't have any way to stack like whale procs for attack speed, things like that. Like I said, there's minor changes you can throw in there to revamp it. But all right, give it just a second, guys. I'll be right back. Ah, I'm dead. Fuck. All right. Wait, what were you saying, Tover? What about mono? Yeah, Snailbee or whatever. The mono go. So I do refiller, defender, rattler, looter, and then mono. That's how I do mine. And the reason I do that is because I'm expecting to lose one refiller on average. And if you make it a decent way in and you happen to lose your second refiller, like after, you know, you've already kind of ramped up a little bit, that's fine, right? But if you lose the defender, you automatically lose. But if you have a decent amount of like whale procs already, right? You can technically lose the second refiller down the road if you have enough whale procs from looter. That it doesn't matter if you lose a second refiller on an accidental like skull proc or something, right? Which is why I don't put defender second. Because I've lost the defender multiple times on a bad skull proc, and then I automatically lose even though I have the second refiller still. So I do refiller, the defender, and I want the defender towards the front so it has a chance to get the shields out, but like still be in progress. Because if it's too close to the front, it hits the end, and it doesn't like the it's no longer blocking because it's finished, right? So I put it third, so it has more time to travel. But I also put Rattler as close to the front as I can, because Rattler, you want Rattler to hit as fast as possible, right? You want it to hit as often as possible, so refiller procs faster, right? So in theory, you could put refiller closer to the back and put Rattler closer to the front if you wanted to, but you don't want to lose Rattler either. That's why I do refiller first, because like I said, you can lose the refillers and still work. But mono, I put at the end because he doesn't matter where he's at. And same thing with looter. Looter doesn't really matter where he's at, but I like to put mono last because he doesn't really do anything but proc the freeze, and the freeze is what makes it safe. So typically what I like to do is I will start the round with everybody off, like auto off, and I will let everybody like fill their bar up and not use it except for mono. Mono, I want to be at like 50% when it starts, maybe a little less. Yo, what up? Oh God, Dantic, what's going on? Welcome in. Appreciate the follow. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. But yeah, I like mono to be somewhere around like a third to 50%, like somewhere between 30 to 50% full when I start the round, because I want it to trigger roughly around the time that the axes are in air and somewhat kind of close to landing. Like I want them like instead of being at the peak, right? So if all the axes are thrown, right? I want it to proc somewhere on their downward trend before they hit. So it freezes, and then like Rattler's been shooting, Refiller is already procced, and stuff like that. So the goal here is we get 5 seconds of progress time, and then once it comes unfrozen, we're hoping that Rattler has already hit a bunch and the Refiller procs is reset mono. At this point, you have the rotation correct, where Rattler is hitting often enough, and there's enough refiller procs that there's enough shields going out to basically make sure one refiller lives. And then once you have that kind of RNG corrected and it's running right, you should never die. As long as you get that portion like settled right off the bat, you should be good, and there should be enough refillers to go around for mono to constantly proc and for looter to keep procking. Thanks for the hydrate, appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, all right. So that's how I do mine, Toker, but it's going to take a while because mono, it slows it down so much. It's like a 5 or 6 second freeze every 1 second. So if you have a ton of attack speed from whale procs, it's actually worse because you get 5 or 6 seconds of freeze time in less than a second of actual progress time. So whale procs can actually cuck you. Badums. The Badum procs. So looter can proc Badum like whale procs. So as I'm saying, since mono's going off so much, right, and it's freezing so much, you get a lot of looter procs. Because Rattler's hitting so much, and it's freezing so many times, you're triggering looter like crazy, and it cooks. Yeah. Oh, you put Peapod in there? Okay. That works too. Yeah. Cooking. Yeah. Like I said, Peapod's insane. Peapod plus refiller. What was in the first slot? There's only one spice. One zone for one spice. Oh, Rattler was first slot? Yeah, I mean, Rattler's fine, but it only got 15 attacks. Like I said, I personally would have put a refiller in the front to lose a refiller to get it all started and kept the wait, what? When did those pop in? Wait, what? Am I missing a territory? I thought I had them all. Yeah, I have all mine. $1.9 Rattler, let's go. Yeah. So it should just be this one. So you never did this one either? Well, if you never did this one, what? You're missing meals, bro. You're missing meals. Like, if you didn't do that one, you didn't have these 3 meals, did you? Oh, you bought the meals, didn't you? With gems? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, then you would have been missing these. That would have sucked. I forgot you bought them with gems. 250 pop? Ah. Not too terrible. Still unnecessary because it's so easy to finish. Like I said, Peapod plus refiller is kind of busted. I'm not gonna lie, the one before this one was much harder. I struggled at the one before this one. There was one that was actually super hard. I failed, I want to say like 200 times on it before I finally finished it. It took forever. It was the one that had like the main dude in front and like 3 or 4 healers behind him. That one fucking sucked. That one was terrible. Because you couldn't with my characters, I couldn't out DPS the 4 healers. So I ended up having to use Thrasher in that one. So I could actually click on the healing orbs to prevent him from healing. It was such a pain in the ass. Such a pain in the ass. And then I think that one I ran Thrasher. I'm pretty sure I ran Mono to freeze it whenever there was like things being thrown in the air, right? So things could tick, right? I'm pretty sure I ran Mono, I ran Thrasher, and I ran Looter. And then I'm pretty sure my last 3, I had a Defender, and I think I had it was either Rattler or Peapod with like 1 refiller or something. And that way, like, I think it was Peapod. Because that way I could like trigger the refillers like crazy. and I was like letting looter just go crazy with like nukes and other things, and then I was just thrashering as many heals as I could so I could eventually ramp up and just kill the guy. Because looter eventually killed the healers, and as the healers died, it got way easier, and I just fucking crushed the guy. That one fucking sucked. That was the worst territory I've ever been up against. Way too much healing. Like, you could probably have killed it without taking out the healers first if you had high enough, like, mob power. Especially if you had, like, without Thrasher, right? If you just ran, like, double refiller with Defender, P-Pod, what's that thing called? Looter, and, like, I don't know, whatever the fuck for your last one. It didn't really matter. Like I said, you can do mono, you can do whale, you can do another looter. Like, it didn't really matter. You could probably nuke the shit out of that really easy, because the P-Pod, or even double P-Pod or something, like, you could just fucking crush it. Because you would trigger so many refiller procs. Like, there'd be so many shields up in such a short period of time. There'd be so many freaking looter procs in such a short period of time. You would ramp so fast, and you'd be doing so much like penetration damage or AoE damage that the healers would have died ridiculously fast. The only problem you might run into is looter might proc skulls, which could kill your refiller, like one of your refillers. That's a possibility, especially since you don't have like mono procs. Mono procs like is what makes it safe to run refiller. But obviously it's RNG. Like, if you hit skull procs at the wrong time, you can wipe. If you don't hit the wrong time, then it's an easy win. Oh man, oh man. Alright guys, we got an hour and a half of stream left. Yeah, can we make this? Thank you. Oh yeah, Tover, what did you think about Quinfall? I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and you was like, "Oh, are we talking about this?" Like, yeah, and I don't remember your answer. I'm just gonna look into it later. I feel like you might like it for a little while, but you might get bored. But I feel like for $10, it's fine. Yeah, I think for $10, it's worth a little bit of tinkering, messing around. Tover, did you see the roadmap? So I don't know where the image is, but this is what they have in place right now, right? So I don't know if you can really see this. I wish I had an image of it, but this is everything they have kind of slated, right? They got like a questing system, combat zone area, underground building, a system I can't say out loud, like this word specifically, which they should probably rename. Combat, vehicles. I don't know. That seems incorrect. Castle wars, territory ownership. They got boss reworks, ship systems improvements, improvements in like animations and voices. They got transportation systems, marriage systems, taverns and mini games, card games, and then they're gonna rework like leveling design. And there's, I think this is the old version. There's also a quest system that they wanted to add in and a couple other things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like that's their year roadmap. That's everything they want to add this year. So I'm like, yo, that's pretty ambitious, right? Okay. Okay. 99 billion. Okay. I thought you had 100 yesterday. Or is this for Shimmering Island, Tover? Oh, oh. I mean, I don't think it scales very well, honestly. I think it's pretty dog poop, the scaling of tome stuff. Interesting. I mean, DK is already strong though. Like, I'm curious on what he's gonna make the DK like. What is he gonna give the DK that he doesn't already have? Like, I feel like every class needs a guaranteed respawn, like a forced respawn, which DK already has. I mean, that's probably true, mate. I'm just thinking like, what exactly does the DK even need, right? He has the big ass boomerang. He has the shockwave. He has the totem. He has the respawn. He has DR increasement. Like, what is he missing? Like, yeah, he can't cranium cook. Okay, cool. Like, he has so much AoE. He has so much just like clear potential. That's Deathbringer. I'm talking about Divine Knight. Yeah, I'm saying like the Divine Knight, he has everything. So it's like he has everything he could need. Like if he's gonna get a masterclass, what would they add? Get the Paladin. Yeah. What would he get though? Like what could you give that character that he doesn't already have? Make him worse. Make his new one, instead of giving him the hand that respawns mobs, instead of respawning mobs, it gives him more DR or something. Like so now he no longer spawns mobs. He just has a lot of like DR or something. No, I got you, mate. I can't think of what the character could obtain that would make him any better than he is, because he has everything. Like I said, he has AoE with the shockwaves and the towers and the big ass boomerang and everything. He has the force respawns, which is kind of limiting in a factor because everything has to be dead for it to respawn. But with how much AoE he has and how much clear potential he has, obviously depending on the map, he doesn't have any problems with that. He has huge amounts of increased DR because of the orb count. Like he has everything a character could want. Just like AC has everything a character could want. And like I do agree that I think Void V-Man needs something, right? He's good. He doesn't have a whole lot of AoE, like consistent AoE. He just has the one pop, which could be better, and he doesn't have an actual respawn mechanic. So I feel like V-Man needs those two mechanics. He needs a more reliable AoE, and he needs respawn. So even if it was like Blood Berserker's AoE, where it's contingent on him killing all of the tome mobs to get an explosion, even if it was something similar to that, I think that's tolerable for a V-Man, because as long as he can like set it up to where he's beating the shit out of the mobs that are spawning, that are causing the explosions, that's fine. Because then he's getting guaranteed spawns and he's getting explosions to kill all the rest of the mobs on the map. It works, right? That's fine. But he doesn't have anything that's really good. Yeah, because of Franz. Yeah, he wants to fuck Franz over so bad. But yeah, what was it? I wouldn't say Siegebreaker is technically terribly bad. I mean, it's not the best. I think it could be better. I think if like the cooldowns were a little bit better and it had permanent uptime of dropping coins to spawning mobs, I think it could be better. But I don't think Siegebreaker is terrible. It's not the best, obviously, like we were just saying, but at least it has something. And I am a little torn on the Windwalker because I feel like he doesn't have like a good respawn either, because isn't it just the howl that reduces the spawn timer? It's not an actual respawn. Unless deer enforces respawns, I can't remember. I feel like Windwalker just kind of feels kind of bad with respawns as well. But maybe deer fixes that, I don't know. Oh, 595. You're getting there. Oh yeah. Yeah, so the roar was the reduction in time. I knew that. I just wasn't sure about the deer. Yeah, so every time you kill the deer, you like force respawn the mobs on the map. Is that what it is? Or does it just spawn X amount of mobs where the deer died? Okay. So similar to like the tomb, where the tomb spawns like when you kill them all, an extra group of mobs spawn somewhere else, but this one is like the deer spawns, you kill the deer, then you get the mob. So it's slightly different, but same premise. It is. It's something. It's still not the greatest, but it's something, right? Because my thought is like, if you clear the whole screen of all the mobs and then you kill the deer and just get a couple spawns, and then you kill the deer and get a couple spawns, and then everything starts to respawn because you have reduced respawn times, it's okay. But it's still not as good as like AC or even the Deathbringer or the Divine Knight, which is like you clear the whole screen and the whole thing comes back, right? Or AC, you know, you trickle down the time and boom, he just spawns everything around him. Like those are two really strong ones. And then the Divine Knight, or not Divine Knight, but the Deathbringer is not too terrible. It can be a little lackluster depending on where the tomb is placed, because it could spawn mobs on like a higher platform, a lower platform, which forces you to like, oh, you've killed everything. Now I have to run up this rope over to this platform, kill this mob to get an explosion to finally get everything to respawn. You know what I mean? Like, but that one has like increased respawn speeds. I'm pretty sure when the tomb's active or whatever. I don't remember exactly, but it does increase the respawn rate of the mobs, which is pretty helpful. Wormhole is actually not too terrible either, because while Wormhole is active, it like forces respawns of mobs. So that one's actually pretty solid. So I mean, and it gives you extra mobs to kill with the portal, which they don't really count for like whatchamacallit, like portal kills and stuff, but it's still mobs to kill. Especially, like I said, especially since it does proc the auto respawns of the mobs on the map. At least it forces mobs on the map to keep spawning. So, like I said, I don't think there's anything you could give the Divine Knight to make him actually better. Well, obviously interesting to see what he gives him. And I agree with Topher. I don't think V-Man will get consistent AoE or a respawn, which is fucking annoying. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Death Note. Yeah, it doesn't do anything for Death Note or portals, but it does help with like actually getting like more mob drops. I mean, it doesn't directly help with Death Note or portal. Like I said, the fact that it does force respawn mobs on the map, it does give you more mobs to kill, but the portal ones specifically don't help you. But while portal is active and mobs are constantly spawning and you're killing those constantly spawning mobs, that helps. You just gotta kill the non-portal ones. It's almost worth spawning the portal like away from you and then fighting all the mobs that aren't near the portal. it's almost worth doing that instead of fighting the actual portal mobs. Yeah, I know, mate. I know. Yeah, I was just saying in terms of like if you were trying to use the respawn mechanic or the portal to benefit opening portals or the kills counts or whatever, I can't remember what it's called right now. If you're trying to use it for that, it's better, yeah, just put the portal over on the freaking side far away from you, so, and then run to the other side and kill everything that's just respawning. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The Siegebreaker one, you're gonna get hit with an ad soon here, but the Siegebreaker one, it's okay, but it's very unreliable. I think with his next ascendancy or whatever, his next class, if he could make it more consistent, like increasing the duration or increasing the chance for, you know, coins to spawn or something, so there's no downtime, because currently there's like a downtime with the flag, right? So like once the flag dies, you have a few seconds, like 20-30 seconds or whatever, before the flag comes back, so you have downtime of respawn, and then sometimes getting the coins to start spawning can be a problem. So I feel like it could be revamped with a new class to be a little bit more consistent. I think it's totally plausible. I don't know. We'll see how that one goes. But at least he has some mechanic. He's better than the other ones that don't have one. Which technically is only the V-Man that doesn't have a single one. But either way, we'll see. Back from your nap? Hell yeah. Good old Naparino. Oh. No, it's more than a few seconds. I think it's like 20 or 30 seconds. I want to say it's 20 or 30 seconds. Which, in the grand scheme of things, isn't very long, but it's annoying. Yeah, I never active on the Siegebreaker. I active on the Windwalker a lot more. And not even in Windwalker form. I literally I take the Windwalker. It actually bugs my game out, but I take the Windwalker to the Pearl, like the clams page, and I farm pearls with the Windwalker while I'm doing 20-minute claims. But the problem is with the duration at which the popcorn guys and the pigs, if you level that skill up too long where it increases their duration, they last for so long that on that map you get too many popcorns and pigs, and it starts to desync your game. You have to almost like zone out and zone back in like once an hour to like despawn the mobs on the screen. And they're not even mobs, they're your own mobs doing damage. They're just too many of them. It's like the same problem I had with the AC, that he would spawn too many cloud poison things, and it would lag my game completely out. But it doesn't renew the flag. The flag has a cooldown on it. Mine always runs out, even though I hit 100 and I force spawn a mob, right? And I kill the big plunderous mob, and I get more coins, and I rinse and repeat that process. My flag disappears, and I have to wait 20-30 seconds for my flag to get off cooldown to cast it again every time. I've never been able to keep my flag up 100%. Even on like a low tier map where I'm one-shotting everything. I mean, it might be longer than 30 seconds. I recall around 30 seconds. At least my brain thinks it's 30 seconds. Let's look. Let's look at the skill. We'll look at the skill just a second. We got Siege Breaker, right? And we're talking about this, right? Kills can spawn plunderous mobs with HP, XP, and drop rate. Lasts for 6 minutes. Plunderous mobs linger after the pirate buff fires and gives additional rewards, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, just this alone lasts for 6 minutes with an 8-minute, 10-second cooldown. It doesn't seem to change with level. Like, this doesn't change. Now, you were saying with the Voidwalker upgrade though, right? Because the Voidwalker enhancement might give it a buff to change that, right? Dude, I hate it when it does this. It like just won't load. It just fucking load. Did I break my game? Did my internet die? Can you guys still hear me? Okay. The enhancements. Okay. So let's see here. Yeah, there's nothing in here for that. Oh, here it is. The plunderous mobs spawn twice as often. Also, if your flag has more than 100, you guarantee a plunderous mob at the cost of 25 coins. So this has nothing to do with reducing the cooldown. So at the end of the day, it's still like, because it's not 8 minutes and 10 seconds if you have the cooldown reduction from the post office box, right? It's 10% less, right? Isn't post office 10%? 3 talent 5 on Siegebreaker. Is that what we're talking about? All attack talents. Wow, can't read this one. Are lower. No, not regular attacks. Okay, I guess I haven't put any points into that one. That would probably fix it. Yeah, I've never read this one, I guess. I thought this was an attack. I don't know. So that's probably what fixes it. Let's look. What is that? Bowman? So this one. So if you put this like 400, yeah, 27%, a quarter of it. Yeah. So Fip's right. This fixes that problem. So even if you get it to like 350, which is pretty easy, it's still over a quarter reduction, cooldown reduction, plus you have the post office box reduction. So if you cut that 25% down, so let's just say 8 minutes, right? A quarter of that is 2 minutes, so it puts it down to 6 minutes. It's 100% uptime. Yeah. It's 100% uptime if you have this probably around 325. I'm around this, like even 300, right, is probably more than enough. So this fixes your okay. So that fixes that problem. I didn't realize that skill was a thing. Honestly, I didn't even know that skill fucking existed. I don't like the character and I never play it. Let alone have I read every single skill that he had to offer. I fucking hate that character. I've always AFK'd that character. I will do it at the end of stream, Tover. Because I want to finish this, and I don't like switching games, you know, multiple times. Plus, I'm still cranium cooking, and I don't want to change it. Yeah, mate, I didn't know that existed. So, if you max that out, I think you'll be good. I think you'll have 100% uptime of flag, which will definitely make the respawn feel much better. But it's still just wonky. If you're at too high, if you don't have enough damage to kill the plunderous mobs fast, it could just feel clunky. That's the only downside to that one. The plunderous mobs have so much HP. Now, in theory, you can lower the plunderous mobs talent, so they don't have as much HP. Granted, they won't give as much XP or DR drop chance, but they would be whatchamacallit, they'd be really easy to kill. So I mean, you do have that option if you're at too high of an area where you can't one-shot the plunderous. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Pip, is like if damage is an issue, you can do that. If damage isn't an issue, in most situations it's not, then you don't have to do that. But if it is an issue, I should be looting this. I didn't realize it was a provision crate. But yeah, if it's not an issue, you don't have to worry about it. But if it is an issue, you can at least do that. Interesting. There's a guy, I think it's that guy that just walked around. He runs around here grabbing star metal, but he doesn't grab the orichalcum. You only do it at OJ? Interesting. Yeah, OJ, you shouldn't have any problems with damage, for sure. Yeah, damage isn't an issue there. I was just saying, like, if you were to go somewhere else and try to use the respawn mechanic to actively farm at a higher zone on the Siegebreaker, well, I don't know why you would, but if you wanted to, the damage could be a problem. Like, if you're trying to do it in World 7 for some reason, it could be a problem. That's all I'm getting at. Which you could fix by just lowering the level of the plunderous mob buff. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Yep, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Yeah, if you have the damage to like do maximum plunderous kill on like the highest tier map for all that extra XP, like that's possible. But you gotta, you know, I feel like you want to go to the highest map you can, and then the highest plunderous you can still one tap. I feel like that, like if you're gonna EXP farm, that's what you want to do. And then even then, you probably still want to take your AC there first, and you want to farm the crystal there to get increased EXP rates to even juice it even further. But that's rough because getting your AC strong enough to get to the last map in AC form is a rough one. Since most of the portal unlocks are DPS races. Oh man, oh man. Yeah, I mean he doesn't want you to do World 7 right now, but I'm just saying like if you were to do like mini chiefs or whatever, right? Like samurai chiefs or whatever in World 6, it could be hard for you to get there, right? And even then you're probably better off just doing World 7 because you get more XP from those mobs than you will even if you farmed the crystal on the highest mob you can in World 6 with all the EXP bonus from it. It probably still wouldn't be allowed. Or it probably still wouldn't even be enough to match what World 7 would give you. Which kind of just makes that buff worthless at the end of the day, Fip. Like if the next world gives more XP than the best mob in the previous world with maxed out crystal for EXP, what's the point of even maxing the crystal out on the previous world? You know what I mean? Like, what's the point? Like, it's just go to the next world. It's much better. So yours is perfect, basically. Like, almost no downtime. And what's your cooldown on your skill then, Pip? It's like 20-something%? Yeah, so it's about to fall off and you have a 1 second cooldown, so that's pretty solid. And then, like I said, what's the percentage decrease from your skill? Like 20-something%, probably. Like 27%? You got a 676? Jesus Christ, is it like 30%? It's 28? Okay. So you're saying if you have less than 28%, you're probably looking at a few second cooldown. Oh, you use super talent on it? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I feel like you might not even have to super talented, but it would have like maybe like a 5 second cooldown. You'd have like a 5 second like downtime of the skill, which could be annoying. Yeah, it scales really bad. That's why I was saying like super talenting, it kind of feels bad because when I was messing with it at like 300, it was like 26.3, and at like 400, it was like 26.7. Like went up 0.4 for 100 levels. It was like it felt really bad, and then at like 425, it like went up even less. Yeah, the coins last after the flag falls down. But like if you kill the flag when if you kill the plunderous mob and the flag's not up, doesn't it like waste those coins? Well, I thought the flag had to be up for the coins to work. I could be wrong on that. I thought like if you claimed a coin when the flag wasn't up, it didn't actually respawn a mob. I thought the coin added to the flag, and the flag consumed its points to spawn mobs. So if the flag wasn't up, it wouldn't be able to spawn mobs. That's how I thought it worked. I could be completely wrong in thinking that, obviously. But I thought the coins added a counter to the flag, and the flag lost counter for spawning mobs. And then if you were able to get enough coins to hit 100, it would force a plunderous mob and use 25 coins, but it would still be using coins or counters from the flag to spawn mobs as you're killing them. Yeah, I know. I fucking hate him. He's the most annoying character in the game. I really despise him. But it's still nice to know him to a point. Oh yeah, because the Voidbringer one like forces up Plunderous at 100, right? Because you're mostly focusing on getting Plunderous to spawn. Because the Plunderous is what really gets the ball rolling, and force spawning them at 100 coins or whatever kind of makes it feel a little more consistent. No, I know what you're trying to say, Pip. I was just curious on the way the mechanic worked. Like, what actually forces the spawn of the mobs? Because I feel like it's kind of hand in hand. Like, the flag has to be available. Like, it has to be placed with a counter for mobs to continuously spawn. I'm not sure, but that's what I feel like it is. You have 389 plunder. I wonder how many I have. I have 116,000. Let's go. What do I need to get to 1,000,000? I'm a tenth of the way there. Well, I mean, like, after the first one, right? Like, if you're on a rotation, let's say you had, like, a 10-second downtime on your flag, but you still had a plunderous mob on the map that would spawn coins, would the coins still spawn mobs when the flag wasn't there to take the charge, per se? Because, like, every time you pick up a coin, right, the coin goes to a charge on the flag, right? So the flag gets a +1 on it. But I feel like the flag is what it consumes a charge, so you go from 1 charge to 0 charge to spawn a single mob. That's how that's how it seems to work for me from my perspective of what I've noticed. But I could be completely wrong, like I'm saying. Because what you're saying is the flag means nothing for respawn. It only matters for having a chance for plunderous mobs to spawn. So if that's the case, then what's the point of the counter on the flag other than when you get to 100, you can force spawn a plunderous with the enhancement from Voidbringer. But my question still stands on before Voidbringer was a thing, the counter was already still there. And if the counter was above 100, it just kept counting up. But what would be the point of there being a counter on a flag if the flag isn't what spawns them? You know what I'm saying? You get my question? I don't know. It's hard to convey what I'm trying to say. I'd have to, because I'm a kind of guy that I have to see something actually do what it's supposed to do for me to like completely get it. I get what you're saying, but I think I have to see it to like truly understand it. 'Cause it makes sense the way you're saying it. It still works without the flag. I just don't understand why the flag would have a counter on it before Voidbringer was introduced. Because it doesn't make sense to have a counter if the counter is not being consumed to spawn mobs. You know what I'm saying? That's why just that part just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, the plunderous kills were fucking horrible to spawn. Like the spawn rate of them was terrible sometimes. That's why I said the Voidbringer thing really fixed that, like you were saying. Like it made it more consistent because it forced them to spawn every 100. But it just feels weird. Like why have a counter if there was no use for the counter? You know what I'm saying? Like that just doesn't make sense. Like he eventually added a reason for the counter. Yeah, there is an achievement I need to complete though, where you need to reach like what is it, like 500 flag count or something like that, or like a 250 flag count or 1,000 flag count. I think there's an achievement I have to do that. So I do eventually have to turn off the Voidbringer talent. Just to finish that achievement really quick. Really obnoxious, but is it 150 count? I don't remember. It's above 100. Like that's the only reason why I know I need to turn off the void thing, because it's more than 100. From the rift? Interesting. If I'm being honest, mate, just go to clams. Just go to the clams in World 7, farm your pearls, while you're just sitting there farming your plunder skills. Because it's a flat map, it's really easy. Just smack those guys, and like the plunderous mobs would be kind of nice, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they're the worst map to do it at. Clams don't work? Really? I haven't done it there, but that's annoying. Okay, well, never mind. I mean, OJ Bay is all obviously the go-to, right? OJ Bay is way too easy to pass up. I was just saying, if you wanted to get some progress on World 7, you can try that. But if that doesn't work, that's stupid. That's dumb. Yeah, just go to OJ Bay and just get it done. It won't take you long. Like, it will, but it won't, right? Because there's so many mobs there, and you can clear out a bunch of them. I mean, honestly, I'd probably just wait for the elite class for it to see if they get like a better fucking skill to clear the map or something. But at this rate, I'd probably just wait for the elite class for him. But are they really? That's crazy. Yo, tag. I guess I didn't see your follow. Maybe I was out of the room at the moment, but appreciate the follow, my friend. If you're still here, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Appreciate you for being here. Thanks for the support. Oh, I kind of want to get off a few minutes early today, guys. Kind of in the mood to relax. I know I've been getting on like 30 minutes late every day, and I feel like I've been trying to get off 30 minutes early. I feel bad for not streaming as much as I normally do. I just haven't been in the mood to stream all the way to 5 o'clock lately. I mean, wait, why would the XP cards matter? If you're struggling to kill them, wouldn't you just want damage? mean, you're not wrong, but if you can, I feel like personally, since the plunderous mobs drop so much extra XP, that being able to, like, I wouldn't say one shot them, but kill them quickly would net more XP per hour than not being able to kill them quickly and having more XP, right? I feel like if you had more damage to kill them faster, even with less XP per kill, it would net you a positive increase in extra XP per hour. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say? Like, obviously it's all dependent on, like, how much faster you can kill them versus how much XP you're losing, right? There's a ratio there, right? Like, if it takes you 5 minutes to kill a mob with 500% increased EXP rates, right? Let's say it gives you 1,000 XP. Stupid. Obviously, numbers don't matter at this point, right? But if you could, instead of killing in 5 minutes, you can kill it in 2.5 minutes, but instead it only gives 200 times XP, and instead of 1,000 XP per kill, now it's giving you, I don't know, 500 XP per kill, but you can kill them twice as fast. Like, that's like net neutral, right? But if you can kill it faster than 2.5 minutes and it's still 500 XP, then you're netting positive. Even though you're getting less XP per kill, you're getting more kills per hour, and it adds up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, just one of those things. Like, I guess it's, you have to tinker with it and see if there's like a min-max like zone that you could fall into where you can kill them fast enough with less XP to net a positive increase in amount of XP per hour. I don't know. Because, like, the crystal mobs also play a factor in the EXP rates, and the crystal mobs would have less XP on top of that. I mean, I don't know. What do you mean there's only one? What do you mean there's only one? Really? I mean, there's a lot of total damage percent ones, and there's like damage multi ones. I mean, they're not great, but how is there only one? Like, which one? I mean, you're not wrong. Like, the bubbles give way more than the cards give, but I mean, the cards can give like another 200% damage, can't they? Which 200% in the grand scheme of things isn't a lot, but like I said, there is a few damage multiplier cards as well, like 3 multiplier, like a 3 times multiplier one or whatever. What do you mean cards get 40? There's like 10 of them though. What? There's like, you add all the damage cards together, there's more than, like, look, 188%. That's not 42. And then I got 47.2% total damage multi. This damage multi has to mean something. What's the info one? Okay, this gives 24. There's another one. Because I only have 24 total multi right here. I don't know which one it is that I have that has multi. Oops. Yeah, this one's only 3%. Which one do I have that gives more multi? The This one's damage, this one's damage, this one's damage. These are making 42%. Yeah, but my redfish only gives 3%. Right? If I take that off. Right? Oh, I think I have something on that's giving my cards more maybe? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, okay. So it's giving it more umph. Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, so there's two of them. And you just obviously need to level them up. So that could help a little bit. Like I said, I mean, obviously I have the two crystal spawn rates, so I can get more EXP and more drops, right? Because that's 300% crystal spawn chance, pretty nice. And these last four, like EXP or damage, it's personal preference, I feel like. And if you want EXP, that's great. I mean, for like, I just feel like 188% total damage isn't something to scoff at. And it's not a lot in comparison to the bubbles and some of the other stuff, but something. Yeah, mine's level 1. It's not even a star 1, mate. Mine's pretty bad. I haven't card farmed at all in World 7 yet. My card farm is pretty terrible. Like I said, it is negligible at best, 188% versus the bubbles they give 3,000, if not more. Right? Like, I get it. 188 in the grand scheme of things is a drop in the bucket. But if it can give you, like, if it can bring you to that break point of being able to kill the mob in, like, 3 hits instead of, like, 5 hits, or, like, instead of, like, 4 hits, right? It, like, increases, like, your damage enough so it's, like, 1 less hit or something. I don't know. It could be worth it versus having, like, a little bit extra, like an extra 50% EXP or something. Well, that's what I was saying. The bubbles are ridiculous. That's what I was saying. It's like, I agree with you. The bubbles blow it out of the water. So the amount of XP the cards, or the amount of damage the cards are giving is so negligible, like, in comparison, but it's still something. Does Bubble 2 actually affect them? Because I thought Bubble 2 only did the first 15 bubbles. Or did someone, like, feed me false information? I was told that the 2 bubble didn't affect, like, World 5 and 6 bubbles, or didn't affect, like, World 6 bubbles or something. Obviously, we're on World 7 now, so maybe they work for World 7. I don't know, but I was just told that they didn't work on all of them. Yeah, I mean, I heard this a long time ago, Pip. I heard this back in, like, World 6 or something. I made a comment. I was like, oh yeah, and then you can calculate in bubble number 2, and they're like, oh, bubble number 2 doesn't work on, like, World 5 and 6 or something, or they just said 6. I can't remember. But I don't know. Like I said, I have no idea what's true and what's not. It's like, you hear so much information, like, unless there's, like, legitimate proof, I have no way to, like, verify it myself. I do know some information we do obtain is actually verifiable and has proof given with the accusation, and, like, we can trust what they say. But sometimes, like, you just hear things and you're like, is that true? Is it not true? I have no fucking idea. Question mark. Yeah, last time I paused, like, right around here somewhere. I think I paused, like, right here, and I died to something. There's nothing around here. Did someone kite a mob into me and kill me? There's nothing there. Someone kited, like, a spirit wolf into me or something and killed me. Like, that's crazy. I mean, it works, but it doesn't really move the needle. I know what you're saying. Like, 10,000% damage from bubbles plus, you know, even more versus 150%. Like it's not even 1%. You know what I mean? Oh, it's not even like, it's like a little bit more than 1%. It's almost 2% more damage basically comparatively to the bubbles, which is very negligible. Like a 2% increase to your damage isn't going to move the needle very much, which is why you use EXP cards instead. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just trying to think, like, even 2% increased damage is still 2% more damage, which means you're killing something 2% faster. But is 2% faster worth the EXP you're losing? Probably not at the grand scheme of things. Like I said, it's a drop in the bucket, and I agree. Mathematically thinking about it like that, like if you're only increasing your damage by like 2% in theory, but you're losing out on like 200% EXP, like that's a no-brainer, right? Numerically factual in front of you, the percentagely speaking, if you kill something 2% faster, that's less XP than 200% more XP from the kill, right? Like, it's just, mathematically speaking, it just makes sense. Yeah, so almost 14 to almost 17. I mean, it will. It's not that it won't. It just won't move it as much. Right? That's the thing. Is like, it's not that it's not gonna move. I'm not disagreeing with that. That math doesn't make sense. 200%, right? On top of what you already have shouldn't move the needle that much. Like, I can see it going from like 1398 to like 1425 roughly, maybe even less than that. I could see that math kind of working out. But it moved up almost 300. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you convert it, like that's what I'm saying. Percentually speaking, like, that doesn't make sense why it moved up almost 300. Unless somewhere in the math equation, bubbles are calculated towards the end and cards are calculated towards the front, so it has more of an impact. That's the only thing I could think. Because instead of adding the two percentages together, like, you know, total damage percent increase from bubbles and cards, unless they were in the same bucket, then it works the way you're saying. But if there are separate buckets for separate multipliers, that's when this math makes sense. Right? So if the card multiplier is completely separate, even though it's the same exact wording and it's the same exact thing, manga just slaps. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, exactly. You're nowhere near it, right? Wait, how's your damage only 1700? I figured you'd have some juicy ass damage. Like, I feel like my damage is higher than that. Yeah, I have 6,000. Wait, what? What? Am I looking at something wrong here? I mean, it's obviously you're on Siegebreaker. It's different, but... Oh, my guys suck. Dover. Let's not talk about it. Yeah, why is your Siegebreaker so low? That's weird. I'm gonna go to my Siegebreaker. After I finish this route, I'm gonna go craft myself. I'm gonna switch to my Siegebreaker really quick because I want to put the talent points in before I forget. And I want to see my damage on him. Like, how are you 1700 damage? Yo, you're in the million? Yo, go fuck yourself. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Yeah, I haven't got to that gear yet. I'm still struggling to get full Emperor armor on them because I don't have the souls from World 7. World 6, sorry. I need the World 6 souls to make the pants. And then I still need to get the bars from World 7 to actually start making World 7 stuff. No, I don't. Because I see the EXP at the bottom. It's like, what, 10,000 million? In that screenshot? You have almost, what, almost 3,300 DR in that setup? Let us teleport back to base. That's fucked, bro. That's fucked. Go fuck yourself. Swipe that credit card harder. Fucking whale, baby, whale. It's like fucking Dory over here speaking to whales. I speak whale too. Oh, see, you're talking T. Okay, so you're good. I thought you were talking base damage. I thought you were talking about like mine where there's not a letter after it. That's why I was so confused. I was like, bro, how do you only have like how do you only have 1,500 damage? Like what? Yeah, so you have all like 4 times more damage than Fip. Interesting. Huh. I mean, you guys have way more damage than me, so there's no point in me even like looking at mine, but good luck with that assumption. Well, yeah, when you said 1,500, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. You're like Giga Chad. Like, I don't get how you only have 1,500 damage. Like, I'm a dog shit player and I have over 1,500 damage. Like, what? I was a little confused. Don't get me wrong. Okay, let's not talk about it. All right. Okay, we didn't get quite 600 today, but it's fine. 56 crafts, not quite what we wanted. We went from 84 to 88. Not quite what we were hoping for. Oh, we were hoping for 190. We almost got to 189. It's not too terrible. Oh, why is that fire? What the fuck, dude? That fire exploding in my face. Felt like I was getting paid for porn. What the fuck was that? That's crazy. Oh. I think we are good. All right. So I think we did pretty good today. Check our card real quick. Alright, so we can do this. We can do this. We can do this. 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 And card is done. Alright. That's done. Then we'll go to... Alright, we didn't get anything there. Done. Alright, I think we're good then. We're pretty solid. Pretty solid. Like I said, 188 is pretty good. We gotta get to 200. And then we got... This is gonna suck. I think getting this to 250 is really gonna suck. Because we're not gonna get a ton of... these. I feel like what's gonna end up happening is we're gonna have to actually do first time crafts. I feel like we're gonna have to do these. Right. And then I feel like we're gonna have to probably backtrack for like cutting some gems. Like the purple gems I don't mind cutting. I don't mind making one of each of those. But I don't want to have to cut blues. I think we're gonna avoid cutting blues. But we will make the platinum. I think we'll avoid cutting greens as well, but we will make a few rings and stuff here. And we're definitely not gonna cut these. But maybe I'll make the silver gear. I don't know. I don't want to cut this like low tier shit. This, I don't know. Feels like it's gonna be really bad. I'm gonna end up just spam cutting tons of purple gems. It looks like it hit 250, which isn't too bad. But I have to hit 250 so I can make rivets. I can make prismatic gear and stuff like that. Oh, that is our next. So once we hit this, so it's not gonna be this weekend most likely, but Wednesday and Thursday of next week we'll be back on here. Hopefully we can get the last 12 points in this, so we can move over to jewel crafting, and that should take us maybe a week or two, and then we can move over to Arcana. And then once those are all 200, I think we'll go in AFK Cave to finish up engineering, weaponsmithing, and maybe Arcana. And then we'll manually finish up jewel crafting, and that'll give us a huge chunk done, because that'll be this done, and this done. That'll give us everything from here over done, and then we'll just be left with fishing, which is pretty easy. Music I can probably finish anytime I want, and then furnishing we'll end up jumping on next before we do cooking last. That is the plan going forward. But anyway, we're gonna get out of here, guys. I'm gonna do a little bit of Eidolon stuff for a few minutes, and we're gonna jump out. But before I switch to Eidolon, I'll just tell you guys, my outro. So if you do leave, you get it. Anyway, if any of you haven't joined Discord and you want to join Discord, feel free. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need any help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, that's the best place to do it. If you ever want to reach me when I'm not streaming, on my days off, or when I'm off stream in general, that's the best place to do it. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, go into the little about me, go give it a little clicky, go give it a look. I would appreciate any support you guys could give us over there as well. If you ever want to rewatch a stream, watch a stream you missed, or flip something or rewatch something, that's the best place to do it. But I appreciate you guys for being here during the New World. Like I said, we're gonna do a little bit of Eidolon for a few minutes here. Not a whole lot, and then we're gonna call it a night. But we won't be back until this weekend. I'm gonna be working Wednesday and Thursday. We'll be back Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It'll be community nights. We're going to be doing community stuff instead. And then, I don't know what game we're going to play yet. I haven't looked at the straw pool yet. So, we'll see what it is come Friday. And whoever actually wants to play and they actually react to this, then you can come play, depending on a few factors. But most of you that are typically here regularly will be allowed to come and join us. Newcomers, depends on the game. But yeah, hopefully we see you guys this weekend. And like I said, if you need me in the meantime, hit me up in the Discord. But like I said, we're gonna do a little bit of Eidolon stuff before we call it a night, and then we'll say goodnight to you guys then. It's maybe 10 minutes we'll be on Eidolon, maybe a little less. But anyway, let's just do this really quick, bro. Fuck the tournament. These things can suck a big old fat wiener. These things are fucking rigged. I somehow lost. I lost to a custard. A 110 custard. My King Dude lost to a custard. I went up against a dude. I had 6 people alive. He had a single custard. His custard killed all 6 of my guys. Bro, the RNG is unreal in these things. Fucking ridiculous. Like crazy. I actually killed someone's rift slug with a fucking green mushroom. Yeah, I killed it with a green mushroom. I didn't even think that was possible. I'm pretty sure it was a rift slug. But my little green guy ran out, smacked a bitch, and came back alive. I was like, bro, there ain't no fucking way that that thing actually killed it. The fucking RNG, dude, is so ridiculous. It just can suck it. It's so bad. I hate this. I absolutely hate it. I'm losing to people that have less pets than me purely because of RNG. Like my big fucking like my fucking Riptide goes up against somebody that's like a whale and loses. You're like, what? How does my Riptide lose to a whale? It just doesn't make sense. Like I know there's RNG, like it can roll as low as this, as high as this, whatever, and they both can like vary between, X, Y, and Z. And that's fine. But bro, I have like 75 more max points than you, and you somehow beat me? Bro, I fucking hate the dentist. Fucking tournament thing can suck it. Plus, there's no skip, there's no auto, there's no way to close it and start, you know what I mean? Like, and come back to it. Like, that's just fucking annoying. That shit pisses me off. I honestly despise spelunking, like, so much. I fucking hate it so much. It's so annoying. I don't even want to do it. I haven't even been doing it. Yes! You know why? Because I never do spelunking. That's why. And I always leave early. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I never go to the end. I get to like 2 characters left, and a first freaking rope I see, I leave. I never go to the end. I don't fucking care about taxes. The main thing I'm focusing on is this. I'm trying to max this bitch out so I can get as much per day without actually fucking doing it. That's literally what I'm shooting for. And then on top of that, I'm trying to get as much amber gain as I can. So when I do gain, when I do them, I get as much as I can to take advantage of this. I haven't given a shit about power in so long. That shit can fucking suck me, man. Like, I just can't be fucking, and I don't even know what fucking potions to use anymore. Like, I, I, I don't even care. Fuck spelunking. Spelunking can suck it. You do. Like, ugh. Like, I just wish he would get rid of some of the tediousness with these skills. Like, having to do so much, like, there's like so much tedious extra steps and actions you have to do with things. It just makes the game unfun. Yo, 2 times build rate. Let's go. What do we get? Go from what 6,500 to 14. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. That's pretty good. Also, you don't need to be you don't have to have 10 levels to actually claim your cogs. Just FYI. 'Cause I can claim it at 7. I don't know what the factor is, but yeah, I can claim them at 7. I think I have exactly 200. I just finished the Equinox thing the other day, which reminds me, I forgot to go and do my Equinox claim yesterday, so there's another missed out day. Oh, 295. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even trying to go for green stacks, and I somehow got to 200. I don't even know how I got to 200, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, I know I got a bunch of green stacks in statues recently, which is kind of crazy. Oh, you're getting your wisdom teeth taken out? Oh, that's not actually too terrible, mate. Especially if they put you under. Um, if they put you under, it's actually chill. I was actually awake when they did mine, and it wasn't terrible, but I have my nerve is really close to my roots, so I could still feel like some of the pain, even though I was numbed up. So it kind of sucked, but it wasn't too terrible for me. Oh, you're not gonna take them out? I mean, I would take them out personally. There's no reason not to. I mean, honestly, you don't need to take them out unless they're causing problems at the end of the day. But they don't really serve any purpose at the same time, with most people at least. I'm not gonna. I'll definitely agree that it's definitely not cheap, but I'm just saying, like, if it's causing health problems and it's causing issues, then it's worth just quality of life to get them removed. It's just coming up with the money for it can suck. Definitely agree with that for sure. Alrighty then. Is Hammer worth leveling? I want to say it is, but I'm not 100%. Because doesn't it give more anvil speed? Or am I just smoking crack? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, mate. That's what the layaway program's for. Sorry, that's an old man joke. Bro, you guys fucking send so many messages and just check Discord. 75 messages I had not read. Holy, that's a 58,000? Okay, wasn't expecting that. So that does give you more anvil speed though, right? So that's what I was asking. I mean, fuck EXP. Fuck EXP. EXP can suck it. EXP can suck my big old fat little wang. Fuck EXP. That's too try hard. Bleh. All right, I think we're good. Oh yeah. Like it's funny, like I'll be working one night and I'll like kind of see, oh, someone messaged in Discord. I look and it's like 500 messages. I'm like, yeah, I'm not reading all that shit. That's too much. Yeah, what are we voting on here? Construction build rate? Cash? I think we go with cash. I is it bad that I usually click on the GP, which nobody else does, because my guild sucks. Yeah, actually people went with build rate? Interesting. I mean it's good, don't get me wrong. I don't really give a fuck. Yeah, I clicked on cash. I thought cash would be nice. But most people did the construction one. I have a slight dilemma. All of my ribbons are tier 13s. Like for all the ones that I have attached. I want to upgrade them. But like I have a 14 and I have a 12. Like I'm struggling to hit the 13s. All right. Okay, how's my turkey doing? Turkey's making progress finally, man. I'm up to E118. We're getting there. Fucking getting there. I think cash is trash to a point, but I get no money. I don't make much money at all. I know I can merge on meals. That's what I was trying to do, mate. But I don't have a 13 yet. I have a 12 and I have a 14. All right, then I have an 11 right here and so on. I'm trying to get so I can put it onto another meal speed one, like this one down here. But all of them are 12. I'm trying to get to another, or so they're all 13. So I'm trying to get to a 13, except for this one. I got a big dick one here the other day. Yeah. I got these three. I haven't unlocked the refining speed, so I mean the refining, so this doesn't matter. And then these two are just doing their thing. Huge. You're huge. I need to go do my observations. I didn't do them yesterday. Diamond Chef is it is whatchamacallit? It's juiced. I stopped leveling it. I mean I could level it more, but I prismed it, just chilling. Um and then I'm pretty sure I maxed out fluoride. I might not have after I upgrade after the thingy's got increased levels. Okay, so I leveled it up more and I didn't yeah, I can do this. Yeah. I forgot I upgraded the max level. So that'll help. I'll deal with the rest of this later. Yeah, all my meals are above a level 11, so Oh, interesting. Yeah, so we'll 2% chance? 2% chance? I all right, so we're gonna go to the next one, which will be the one we need for this. And okay. I didn't even realize I unlocked that yet. I know we talked about it yesterday. Anyway, so we'll let that do its thing. Dive. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. What's this? What is that? What the fuck is that? So I'm just gonna throw this out there. Last time I checked this, I was level 8. Just throwing that out there. I can't move it, Tover. It won't let me do anything. Like I can't move it. I'm clicking it. Try with this. That lets me move it. All right, what do I move it? Oh, I'll move it over these things. Oh, that's good. Oh, wait, you can do more than one? Oh, that's sick. Oh, you can do 4? Oh, that's kind of sick. You can do 5? Oh, you can do a 6. Oh, that's sick. I don't know where to put it. Ah, okay. Multiplies grid bonuses by 1.5. Multiplies grid bonuses by 1. So I can just do something like that for now. I have no idea what's what, honestly. Or should I swap them? Should I swap these two? Should I put the pink one down here and the blue one up here? All right, sounds good, mate. Yeah, we're gonna jump off here in a second. All right, this is good enough for now. I'm not gonna tinker with this. I need to level up a bunch of things. You going to bed too, Topher? Have a good one, guys. I'll talk to you guys this weekend. That sounds good. I need to go and do these. Probably do the best one I can, right? So this one's in World 7. Seaweed stubble. Nails, okay. Yeah, I was thinking about like putting it like up here. Or like giving this like more research speed, more research speed. Like pretty much anything with like EXP, right? Because this is EXP as well. And I felt like since this is all EXP right here, like putting the blue one up here and the purple one down here. Alright, that's fucking tedious. Putting it like this, kind of, might be better. Because then I get like This one doesn't really matter, I guess, as much. But I get the currency, I get the artifact find chance, you know, EXP, and then I get like EXP, tiny cogs, you know, flag rate. I get all this stuff up here. But I mean, I could be wrong. That could be bad. All right. So we need the 22. It says that eels. I think Topher told me the wrong one. Eels. Do I even have eels? Do I not have eels? Or are these eels? Snails is level 20. Literally says, where the fuck did it go? Literally says, level 20, World 7 snails. I'm level 22, so I was trying to get this one. Unless they're both in the same map. Like, are they both in the same map? Like, this is 11. I'm looking for 12. Bro, I don't think I can actually hit this one. 92 plus is the green fish. That's what I thought. Bro, there's no way I'm hitting this. There ain't no way I'm hitting this. Uh, uh, oh. Okay, we got lucky. We got lucky. I don't think I have any more tries left. Well, we hit it. That's fucking, I hit it right on the dot, baby. Let's go. I'm awesome. Where do we go from? 83 to 558. Let's go. Boop, 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 boop. And we got this one. Made progress. All right. Now the question is, what is sticky notes? Okay, I don't want. Uh, 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 whatever. What do we need to upgrade? I know I had the thing you sent the other day, Fip, but it's just a lot of thinking. Like, I have this. I'm thinking about just maxing these ones for the research speed or research XP. And then just like maxing these green ones here as well, just calling it a day. My question is, should I get this optical lens and kaleidoscope? Like, should I do this L shape of yellows as well while I'm at it? All right, sounds good, Topher. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 300, let's go! Crazy. Like, is the kaleidoscope and the insight worth it? Is what I'm getting at. Because if it's kind of meh, I'm thinking about just doing palette luck and like the mega crowns and stickers. Like, which one do you think is better? Do you think doing this, the ones on the right or the ones on the left? Okay. Okay, so we'll do the right ones. Okay. I'm just gonna max out all the green ones first, basically. So we'll just I think that's all for that. And then we do the kaleidoscopes, right? Yeah, I was thinking doing stickers and crown. The palette luck right here, getting huge palette luck from all the crowns and then doing the stickers. I was thinking about that over the kaleidoscope. And the main reason I was thinking about that, or at least just doing the palette luck, because it's 1 point and I'm working on gaming currently. So I was thinking maybe that might be worth it. Since it is only 1 point. I don't know how many points I have left. Is there any way to check? I have 4 points. Okay. So I can use one here, but then I wouldn't be able to get all of these. I either get all 4 of these, like I put 1 point here, 1 point here, and then 1 point in each of these. Or maybe I missed this middle one temporarily. Pick up the one below it. I think the one below it is another green. Yeah, it's 5% research XP per observation found. So I mean, this would be like, because I could go optical, more insight into observations found. That's 3 points. And then I can just do 1 point into palette luck. Yeah. I'm on a level soon, so I'll get more points. So it's not too big of a deal. But I 1 point for palette luck I think is worth it since I'm pushing gaming. I know. I honestly I haven't touched it, but the first day, I fucking hated it. It was dreadful. I haven't touched it really, but it is definitely worth it. I probably should do that. M7. Wait, M7 is the one I was thinking about going to. Well, 1, 2, and then the third point to get it. Yeah, I have 4 points. That's what I'm saying. Maybe one in palette, and then I use my last 3 points to get to M7. That's what I was thinking about doing. And then when I level, maxing out M7 is kind of what I was thinking about doing. Because I think palette luck would help me since I'm focusing on gaming right now. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go this way. What the? What the? Wait, what? Oh, did I fuck up? I kind of fucked up. No! I fucked up! I wanted this one! I thought I had to go over one more. Well, fuck me. Well, I guess we got more XP. Like I said, I wanted this one. Yeah, I know. So the problem here, Fip, is I thought I was here. I thought I had to buy this one, and then go down. Right? I thought it was those 3 points. I bought this one, not realizing I already bought this one because the thing closed, right? When I clicked down here to buy it, the window closed. And I didn't realize it purchased it because it closed. I literally clicked down here. For some reason, it just minimized. Like, I don't know if you saw that, but I clicked down here to buy it and it closed. And I was like, wait, why? And then this opened instead. So it threw me off. So when I went back into it, I thought I still had to buy it. But I went to the next one instead. And it kind of cucked me. But it's fine. We'll level up and tomorrow we'll pick it up. It's not a big deal. But this, at least this did give more XP per level. So, I mean, I guess that's fine. And then we'll just throw in the monocle to level things up. We'll do the insight on these and try and get some more XP. I know. Like I said, I didn't look at the number or the names because I knew I was here and I knew I needed 1, 2, and then down. And then when it closed, it threw me off, and I just didn't look at my landmarks. So fuck me. That's really stupid that it closes because it gives you a blue monocle. And it wasn't even that it closed, Fip. It closed and opened up Coral Reef at the same time. Like, that's what really fucked me up. It wasn't that it just closed. It opened Coral instead, which threw me completely for a loop. Really broke my brain. I didn't even realize I had this. Interesting. Yep. Needed to go here because I keep forgetting to claim this. Are these ever going to get opened? These last two? Bigger nuggies. Oh, let's go. All right. Yeah, it's oh, actually, according to your thing, it's bad. Well, M8, maybe not M8. M8's fine, but N8 is supposedly bad. N8 is supposedly bad. I don't know. Bro, everybody says symbols, and I get it. I get it. The extra 50 levels is worth it. I'm not disagreeing with you. But that's not my focus. I don't give a fuck about extra fucking talent points. I'm already behind. It doesn't matter. It's not yellow, it's red. It's red. This one is red. N8 is red. And isn't that what I accidentally picked up? N8. Because for some reason it words it differently. It literally says observation levels, how about observations give more XP per level. So I get more overall XP, character XP per level. So not research XP or anything. This is character XP. So not great. Like I said, kind of a waste of a point, but it's fine. Oh, do we even worry about claiming? I don't even feel like claiming Omniprocs, if I'm being honest. I'll do it tomorrow. Yep, I'll do it tomorrow. I don't care. Right. I'll just go back to doing what we're doing. I just wanted to claim my research. Oh, while we're at it, we'll do the World 7 thingy. We haven't done this yet. Alright, let's get fucked. Alright. Is there like a priority here of what we should be doing? Like extra lives are cool. Boost the amount of currency generated per hour. Like that sounds pretty good. I can't tell. Thanks for testing. Oh, let's go. Getting them levels. Let's go. Yeah, what's good here? Permanently increased damage you deal in classic game of depth charge? Huh? Okay. Expanding the tiles. We can expand the tiles even more so we have better odds of not hitting stuff, I guess. I mean, I just don't want to spend all my points on extra lives, but it does make sense. More lives means better chance of not like failing, right? So 1 point there. I'm just trying to think like, do we take more currency charge or do we just go with damage so we can try and clear some of these? I don't know which one does more because this is percentage, it looks like. Like, yeah, this is plus 5%, which seems to do very little if I don't have base damage to go with it. currency do we have? Oh, we have 1,000. Yeah, it's 5% per level. That's what I'm saying. It's decent. It's just like if you don't have base to go with it, though, it doesn't like. Because if you only have like 5 base and you're scaling it by 5% per level, it just doesn't scale that hard. Even at 100%, that 5 would only be an extra 5. So you need to scale base to go with it. I kind of want to make the grid bigger. It's kind of useless, but I kind of like it. Fuck it. Let's go. All right, let's get fucked. I know there's the trick of like one and done, you know? You take 1 point and then you leave. Yeah, like I said, I know there's the trick of doing one and done or two and done. I'm just being very. Oh, yeah, 3 is really risky. Especially right now that I have 3 bombs, like, what are the odds? Yeah, it's super impatient. Like, I haven't been doing this at all, so I don't really want to really give I don't really give 2 shits about it. But the best method is supposedly one and done. It's really slow, but you have the best odds of progressing. Like I said, the more boxes you click on, the better chances you have of hitting a bomb. If you hit a bomb, you're fucked. Case in point. So clicking one and going is your best option. It's just it takes so long, and then if you fail, yeah, bro, how am I getting so goddamn unlucky? There's no goddamn way. Fuck you, you piece of shit. Are you fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking bullshit, bro. Why I don't like this fucking game, dude. This game can suck it. I, I don't even care anymore. We're going big or we're going home. I don't even care anymore. I don't even care anymore. We're going big or we're going home. I don't care. Fuck this stupid ass mini game. Yeah. That mini game can straight suck my little pee. Has to be the worst mini game ever fucking invented. It's literally way too RNG. There has to be some sort of indicator that you can work off of to limit the possibility of a fucking failure. It's so obnoxious. It's complete and utter RNG. And I despise it with a fucking fiery passion. I don't like RNG. I never have, never will. Either way, we're gonna get out of here, guys. Like I said, we were just finishing this up. Oh, it took me like 30 minutes. A lot longer than I thought. Anyway, I appreciate you guys for helping me out. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. We'll do it again, but you know, if you haven't joined the Discord and want to join the Discord, feel free. Just don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, who's free, feel free to chime in at any time. And if you ever need to hit me up off stream, that's the best place to hit me up. I appreciate you guys. Take it easy. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, please do. Go give it a little clicky. Give me some support over there. I'd love it. I appreciate it. But talk to you guys later. Like I said, the VODs channel is the best place to actually rewatch your streams, clip things, or catch something you missed or whatever. I appreciate you guys. Take it easy. Talk to you later. We'll be around this weekend, community night. We'll see what we're going to be playing then. But catch you guys then. See you. Have a good next couple days. Stay safe. Talk to you later. Bye.